Hello everyone, and welcome back to X-Ranger. Before we begin, I thought it would be interesting if each of you could leave a comment indicating which part of the world you're joining us from. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the episodes. Now let's get comfortable, relax, and start our program. I didn't tell Mark for 2 days. How could I? He'd think I was crazy. Hell, I thought I was crazy. But what I saw that night at Pine Hollow wasn't a bear. It wasn't anything I could explain. My name's Claire Donovan. My husband Mark and I own a little camping trailer we haul out to Pine Hollow nearly every June. It's nothing fancy, just a 16-footer with a tiny bathroom I avoid using except in emergencies. The campground has outhouses that are surprisingly clean, all things considered. That night, June 26, 2011, started like any other. We'd had hamburgers and corn on the cob for dinner. Mark cracked open his third beer as the sun began to set. I remember checking my watch. 9:17 p.m. Still enough light to make the trip to the outhouse without a flashlight. I didn't tell Mark I was going. He was busy poking at the campfire, trying to coax it back to life. The path to the outhouse cuts through a stand of pines about 30 yards from our campsite. It's a walk I'd made a dozen times since we'd arrived 2 days earlier. Nothing to think twice about. The evening was quiet. No wind. Just the distant sound of someone else's radio playing country music. The path was dry under my feet, pine needles crackling with each step. I was about halfway to the outhouse when something moved to my left. At first, I thought it was just a shadow. The light was getting tricky as the sun sank behind the trees, but then I saw it clearly. 20 yards away between two massive pines, something big was walking upright, on 2 legs. I stopped dead. My breath caught in my throat. It was tall, so tall, 7, maybe 8 feet, covered in dark fur, almost black, but with a rusty tint where the fading sunlight hit it. The arms were long, hanging down past its knees. It moved with purpose, heading deeper into the woods. Then it stopped. It turned at the waist, just its upper body rotating toward me, while its legs stayed facing forward. The movement was fluid but unnatural. Nothing human moves that way. It looked right at me. I couldn't see its face clearly. The light was behind it, casting it in shadow. But I could feel its eyes on me. 2 dark points in the gloom, fixed on me with an intelligence that made my skin crawl. 3 seconds, 5 at most. Then it turned back and continued walking, disappearing into the trees with a quietness that seemed impossible for something so large. I don't remember reaching the outhouse. I don't remember using it. I do remember pressing my back against the inside of the door, my heart hammering so hard I thought it might crack a rib. My hands shook as I tried to calm my breathing. Bears stand upright sometimes, I told myself, but this wasn't a bear. Bears don't walk like that for that distance. This thing moved like a person, a giant fur-covered person. When I finally worked up the courage to leave the outhouse, I practically ran back to our campsite. Mark was right where I'd left him, adding another log to the fire. "You okay?" he asked, noticing my face. "Looked like you seen a ghost." "I'm fine," I lied. "Just tired." I didn't sleep that night. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves had me wide-eyed, staring at the ceiling of our trailer. I kept replaying those few seconds in my mind. The fluid movement, the way it turned at the waist, the eyes. The next day, I convinced Mark we should drive into town. I needed cell service, needed to talk to someone who wouldn't dismiss me outright. I called my cousin Rebecca. She owns property near Pine Hollow, about 15 miles from the campground. We're close, have been since we were kids. If anyone would listen without judgment, it'd be her. "Becca, it's Claire, got a minute?" Her voice came through tinny but clear. "Sure thing, what's up?" Mark was browsing fishing lures in the general store. I stepped outside, lowered my voice. "I saw something in the woods last night. Something not normal." Ed paused. "What kind of not normal?" I swallowed hard. "Big, walking on 2 legs, covered in fur." The line went silent. For so long I thought we'd been disconnected. "Becca, you there? Where exactly did you see it?" Her voice had changed, tense, serious. "Pine Hollow, near our usual spot." "Jesus," she exhaled sharply. "Claire, I saw something too. 10 days ago, on my property." My skin went cold despite the June heat. "I was out checking my trail cameras just before dark," she continued. "Had my 30 ASO 6 with me. I was heading back to the house when I spotted something moving across the field, maybe 40 yards out. At first I thought it was a person trespassing, but what? It was too big, too wide. Walking upright, but not like a person walks, and covered in something dark. Couldn't make out details, only had the porch light from the house backlighting it, but I know what deer look like. Know what bears look like. This wasn't either." I leaned against the store wall for support. "Did you tell anyone?" "Who would I tell? Sheriff Braddock? He'd laugh me right out of town." We made plans to meet the next day. I'd tell Mark we were visiting Rebecca, which wasn't a lie. I just wouldn't mention why. That night, I finally told Mark what I'd seen. We were sitting by the fire, and I couldn't hold it in anymore. "I saw something in the woods, night before last." He looked up from the marshmallow he was browning. "What kind of something?" "Big, walking on 2 legs." I took a deep breath. "I think it might have been a Sasquatch." To his credit, he didn't laugh. He studied my face for a long moment. "You're serious?" I nodded. "Claire, there's no such thing as—" "Rebecca saw one too, on her property, 10 days ago." That stopped him. "Mark respects Rebecca. She's an experienced hunter, level-headed, not the type to make things up." "Could have been a bear," he offered, but I could tell he was unsure. "It wasn't a bear, Mark. I know what I saw." The next morning, we drove to Rebecca's place. Her property sits at the edge of the national forest, 50 acres with a small house and hunting cabin. Most of it is wooded, with a clearing around the house and a field where she plants food plots for deer. Rebecca met us on the porch, rifle leaning against the railing. She hugged me tight, nodded to Mark. "Figured we'd take a look around," she said. "I've been finding some strange things since my sighting. Might be nothing, might be something." Mark stayed quiet as we followed Rebecca into the woods. She led us to a game trail that crossed a dirt road cutting through her property. "Found this 2 days after I saw it," she said, pointing to a depression in the sandy soil at the edge of the road. I crouched down. It was a footprint, a single print about 14 inches long and 7 inches wide. 5 toe impressions were clearly visible at the front. The soil had hardened, preserving the shape. "That's—" Mark's voice trailed off as he squatted beside me. "Too big for a person," Rebecca finished for him. "And look at the depth. Whatever made this was heavy." Mark ran his hand over his face. "Could be a hoax, someone with fake feet." Rebecca gave him a flat look. "Out here? On my property? Miles from the nearest public access?" We continued through the woods. Rebecca pointed out broken branches 8 feet off the ground, bark stripped from trees. Then she showed us something that made the hair on my neck stand up. 3 small cedar trees had been pulled together, their tops bent and intertwined to form a dome-like structure. Inside was a depression in the ground, roughly oval-shaped, about 6 feet long. "Found this last week," Rebecca said. "Looks like a shelter to me." The trees were still alive, their roots intact. The tops had been forcibly bent and twisted together, creating a space about 6 to 7 feet across. "Something made this," Rebecca continued. "Something strong enough to bend living trees." Mark walked around the structure, examining it from all angles. He'd stopped offering alternative explanations. "There's more," Rebecca said. She pulled out her phone and showed us a photo from one of her game cameras. The timestamp showed 3:14 a.m., 4 nights earlier. The image was grainy, taken with the camera's infrared flash. Most of it was dark, but in the upper portion, 2 points of light were clearly visible. eye shine reflecting the infrared. Based on the height marker Rebecca had on the tree where the camera was mounted, the eyes were approximately 7 feet off the ground. They were spaced about 6 to 8 inches apart. "Too high for a deer," she said. "Too wide set for a bear or cougar." Mark took the phone, zoomed in on the image. "Could be a person with a flashlight." Rebecca shook her head. "Infrared camera doesn't pick up flashlights that way. That's eye shine, plain and simple." We spent the rest of the day combing Rebecca's property, found more tracks near a creek bed, though not as clear as the first one. Found a pile of scat that didn't match any local wildlife Rebecca knew of. And we found hair. Coarse, dark, reddish-brown hair, snagged on a barbed wire fence at the property line. Rebecca collected it in a plastic bag. As evening approached, we gathered on Rebecca's porch. No one spoke for a long time. Finally, Mark broke the silence. "I don't know what to think." "I don't either," Rebecca admitted. "But I know what I saw, and Claire knows what she saw." "You believe us?" I asked him. Mark scratched his chin. "I believe you both saw something, and I can't explain what we found today." Rebecca leaned forward. "There are stories about these things all over these hills. Old-timers talk about them. Call them different names: Sasquatch, Bigfoot, wood apes. Most folks laugh it off." "I always did," Mark said. "Me too," I agreed, "until I saw it with my own eyes." We stayed at Rebecca's that night. None of us said it out loud, but I think we all felt safer together. We sat up late, talking in low voices, comparing notes on what we'd seen. The more we talked, the more certain I became. What I'd seen at Pine Hollow was real. The next morning, Rebecca made a call to a friend of hers, a biology professor at the state university. She didn't tell him what we suspected, just that we'd found some interesting tracks and hair samples on her property. He agreed to look at what we had. 2 weeks later, we received his analysis. The hair wasn't from any known local wildlife. The DNA was inconclusive. Degraded, he said, but with some unusual markers. The tracks he dismissed as likely being from a large black bear with deformed paws. The eye shine in the photo he couldn't explain. That was 3 years ago. We've been back to Pine Hollow and Rebecca's property many times since then. We've found more tracks, more hair, more structures like the one Rebecca showed us that first day. We've heard strange vocalizations at night. Not quite human, not quite animal. Once, we found a deer carcass high in a tree, 15 feet off the ground. We've never again seen the creature as clearly as I did that June evening, but we know it's out there, moving through the trees, watching. Most days, I can push the memory to the back of my mind, but some nights, when the house is quiet and dark, I remember those eyes staring at me from the pines, the intelligent gaze, the way it turned at the waist. The absolute certainty I felt in that moment that I was looking at something unknown to science, something that shouldn't exist but does. I know what I saw in Pine Hollow. It wasn't a bear, it wasn't a man in a suit. It was something else entirely, something that's managed to stay hidden in these woods for generations, revealing itself only in glimpses and traces. The locals have stories about it. They call it different names, but I don't need a name for it. The image of it is burned into my memory, tall, dark, powerful, moving through the forest like it owned it, because it does. Story 2. My hands still shake when I think about that night in 2001. I was 19, young and stupid, thinking the worst thing that could happen on a summer night was getting caught drinking by Tyler's grandpa. My name is Mia Collins, and what I saw in that pasture outside Oak Ridge changed everything I believed about the world. It was July 14th, 2001. The night air hung thick with humidity, making my tank top stick to my skin. Tyler had called earlier that day, voice eager on the other end of my Nokia cell. "My cousin Amber's in town. Let's head out to Grandpa's pasture tonight. Bring some beers." I'd grabbed a 6-pack from my dad's fridge, tucking them into my backpack before heading out. My blue Chevy Cavalier rumbled down the gravel roads, leading to the old Henderson property, where Tyler's grandfather had raised cattle for 40 years. Tyler stood waiting by the cattle gate, his 6'5" frame unmistakable even in the dusk light. Amber sat on the fence, her blonde hair pulled back in a ponytail. "You made it!" Tyler jogged to my car, leaning in through the window to kiss me. He smelled like Axe body spray in the outdoors. I parked near the fence. "Your grandpa won't mind us being out here." "Nah, he's at my aunt's place in Springfield until Tuesday. We got the whole place to ourselves." Tyler grabbed my backpack, whistling when he felt the weight of the beers inside. We hiked about 20 minutes through the pasture, past the pond where we sometimes swam, to a clearing that Tyler considered his spot. A massive oak tree provided a landmark, its branches sprawling against the star-filled sky. The night was clear, no moon, but billions of stars covering the darkness above us. Tyler spread out a blanket while Amber and I unpacked the beers. We settled down, talking about nothing important, local gossip, Amber's college plans, Tyler's job at the lumber mill. The hours passed easily. By midnight, we'd finished 5 of the 6 beers, and the conversation had drifted into ghost stories and local legends. "My dad swears he saw a UFO over Baker's Ridge back in '89, Amber said, pulling her knees to her chest. Tyler snorted. "Your dad also thought Y2K was going to end civilization." I laughed, leaning against Tyler's shoulder. The night air had cooled, bringing goosebumps to my arms. An owl hooted somewhere in the distance. Crickets chirped steadily around us. Normal sounds, familiar sounds. Then Amber's body language changed. Her spine straightened. Her head tilted. Her hand rose slowly, finger extended toward the darkness beyond the oak tree. "What is that?" Her voice came out tight, barely above a whisper. Tyler and I turned to look. At first, I saw nothing, just darkness beyond the little bubble of visibility created by the stars and our dying flashlight. Then I saw it, a figure, moving toward us. My first thought was that someone else had come to the pasture, maybe one of Tyler's friends playing a joke. But as the figure drew closer, that explanation dissolved in my mind. It was massive, tall, taller than Tyler, who towered over most people in Oak Ridge, 7 feet at least, maybe more. The proportions were all wrong. Its arms hung down past its knees, swinging slightly as it walked, broad shoulders, a bulky torso. The darkness obscured details, but the silhouette alone sent ice water shooting through my veins. "Holy shit," Tyler whispered, rising to his feet. Amber and I scrambled up too. The creature, because that's what my brain instantly categorized it as, stopped when we stood. For 3 heartbeats, we all just stood there, frozen in a tableau of mutual surprise. Then it crouched down, bending its impossibly long limbs, lowering its head. The movement wasn't human. Nothing about it was human. Fear hit me like a physical blow. My body moved before my brain could catch up. I bolted toward my car, my feet pounding against the grass. I heard Amber's breathing behind me, quick and panicked. The car was so far. Why had we walked so deep into the pasture? I glanced back once. Tyler stood where we'd left him, staring at the creature. "Tyler!" I screamed. My voice broke the spell. He turned and started running. The creature moved too, not toward us, but sideways, into deeper darkness. I reached my Cavalier first, yanking at the door handle with trembling fingers. It opened, and I dove inside, scrambling across the passenger seat to the driver's side. Amber tumbled into the back seat, slamming the door behind her. "Lock the doors!" she shrieked. I hit the power lock button as my fingers fumbled with the keys. The engine turned over. I flipped on the headlights, illuminating the field ahead. Nothing, just empty pasture and the distant oak tree. "Where's Tyler?" Amber's voice cracked with fear. As if summoned by his name, Tyler appeared at the edge of the headlights, running full tilt toward the car. His face was pale, eyes wide with terror. He yanked open the passenger door and threw himself inside. "Go!" he gasped. "Go! Go! Go!" I slammed the car into reverse, tires spinning in the dirt. My heart pounded so hard I could feel it in my throat. The steering wheel slipped under my sweaty palms as I spun the car around, facing it back toward the main road. "Did you see that?" Amber's voice came from the back seat, high-pitched and shaking. "What the hell was that?" Tyler didn't answer. His breathing came in quick gulps. I concentrated on driving, pushing the speedometer to 45 on the uneven dirt road, bouncing us painfully over ruts and holes. When we hit the paved county road, I pushed it to 60, then 70. No one spoke. The dashboard clock read 12:23 a.m. We'd gone from relaxed to terrified in less than 3 minutes. It wasn't until we reached the Quick Mart at the edge of town that I pulled over, killing the engine. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. I turned to Tyler. "What was that?" My voice sounded strange in my own ears. Tyler's face was still drained of color. He stared straight ahead through the windshield. "I don't know." "It was huge," Amber said from the back seat. "Bigger than Tyler. Way bigger." Tyler nodded. 7 feet, maybe 8. "Its arms." I trailed off, not wanting to articulate what I'd seen. "Too long," Tyler finished for me. "They hung down past its knees." We sat in silence for a moment, the fluorescent lights of the Quick Mart casting an eerie glow into the car. "A bear," Amber suggested weakly. Tyler shook his head. "Bears don't stand upright like that, and it moved wrong." "Wrong how?" I asked, though I knew exactly what he meant. "Like fluid, but jerky at the same time." Tyler ran a hand through his hair. "When it crouched down, it wasn't like a person crouching. It was like, hell, I don't know." "Did you see its face?" Amber asked. Tyler shook his head again. "Too dark. But it was watching us. I felt it watching us." I started the car again. "I'm taking you both home." No one argued. I dropped Amber off first. She lived with her parents in a neat white house on Maple Street. Before getting out, she grabbed both our hands. "We don't tell anyone about this," she said firmly. "They'll think we're crazy or making it up." Tyler nodded. "Agreed." I drove Tyler to his apartment above the hardware store downtown. He leaned over to kiss me goodnight, his lips cold against mine. "Want to come in?" he asked, not meeting my eyes. I did. I didn't want to be alone, but something made me say, I should get home. Dad will worry. Dad was actually passed out in his recliner, empty whiskey glass on the side table, when I crept in at 1:30 a.m. I went straight to my room, closed and locked the door, then sat on my bed with all the lights on until dawn crept through my window. The next day, Tyler called around noon. "Let's get breakfast at Dottie's," he suggested. His voice sounded normal, like maybe the whole thing had been a bad dream. Amber met us there. We sat in a corner booth, away from the other diners. For 20 minutes, we talked about everyday things, the heat wave, Tyler's work schedule, Amber's upcoming fall semester. Then Tyler lowered his voice. "I went back this morning." "You what?" I nearly spilled my coffee. "I had to, in daylight." Tyler glanced around, then continued. "I found footprints." Amber leaned forward. "Human?" Tyler shook his head. "Bigger, much bigger, and the stride length, whoever or whatever it was, it could cover ground fast." "Did you tell your grandpa?" I asked. "Hell no. What would I say? Hey, Grandpa, I think Bigfoot's hanging out in your back 40. Amber flinched at the word Bigfoot. Until that moment, none of us had put a name to what we'd seen. "That's not what it was," she said firmly. "Then what was it?" Tyler challenged. Nobody answered. For the rest of that summer, we avoided the pasture. Tyler went there during daylight hours when necessary, but never alone and never after sunset. His grandfather noticed nothing unusual around the property. Life went on, but things changed between us. Amber left for college 2 weeks early, claiming she needed time to settle in. Tyler became obsessed with researching unexplained phenomena, creatures sighted in the Pacific Northwest. I started having nightmares, dreams where I was running through endless darkness while something with long arms reached for me. By fall, Tyler and I had broken up. The official reason was that we wanted different things, but the truth was that every time we saw each other, we remembered that night. Every silence between us filled with unspoken questions. What did we see? Why us? Would it happen again? I stayed in Oak Ridge for another year before moving to Portland for community college. Tyler remained in town, working at the lumber mill. We'd run into each other occasionally when I visited home. Our conversations were always polite but brief. Amber never moved back after college. Last I heard, she was in Seattle working for a tech company. In 2005, 4 years after our encounter, Tyler's grandfather sold the farm. The new owners cleared much of the land for a housing development. The oak tree where we'd sat that night was cut down to make way for a cul-de-sac. Tyler called me when it happened. It was the first time we'd spoken in months. "They're building houses there," he said without preamble when I answered. "I heard," I replied, knowing exactly where he meant. "What if it's still out there? What if someone else sees it?" "Maybe that's good," I suggested. "Maybe we weren't crazy." Tyler was quiet for a moment. "I've been looking into similar sightings all over Oregon, Washington, Northern California. People see things, Mia, things that don't make sense." "And what good has it done you?" I asked gently. He had no answer. In 2008, Tyler left Oak Ridge for good. Car accident on Highway 58. Crossed the center line on a rainy night. Hit a logging truck head-on. The sheriff said he died instantly. At the funeral, Amber approached me for the first time in years. We stood in the cemetery parking lot, watching Tyler's family accept condolences. "Do you think it was an accident?" she asked quietly. The question startled me. "Why wouldn't it be?" Amber shrugged, her eyes never leaving the gathered mourners. "He called me last month, said he'd found others who saw the same thing we did. Said he was going to meet one of them." A chill ran down my spine, despite the warm spring day. "Did he?" "I don't know. He was supposed to call me after." She finally looked at me. "He never did. We exchanged numbers that day, promising to keep in touch. We never called each other. It's been 20 years since that night in the pasture. I still live in Portland. I'm married now, with 2 kids. My husband knows I grew up in Oak Ridge, but doesn't know why I refuse to visit. I've told him it's because there's nothing there for me anymore. That's not entirely a lie. Sometimes I think about telling him the whole story, about the creature, about Tyler's obsession and death, about how 3 teenagers saw something impossible and were never the same afterward. But I don't. Some experiences can't be shared. Some memories are better left undisturbed. Last week, my 8-year-old son came home from school, excited about a class project on regional folklore. He'd chosen to research Bigfoot sightings in Oregon. "Did you know there was one near your hometown, Mom?" he asked, eyes bright with enthusiasm. "In 2001, 3 teenagers saw it in a field." My blood turned to ice water. "Where did you read that?" He showed me a printout from an obscure website dedicated to cryptid sightings. There it was, our story. Names changed, details slightly wrong, but unmistakably what happened to us. At the bottom was a blurry photo, supposedly taken in the same area in 2013. I told my son to pick a different topic. Told him those stories were nonsense. He complained, but eventually chose to research the Oregon Trail instead. That night, I found Amber's number in an old address book. My finger hovered over my phone's keypad for 10 minutes before I put it down again. What would I say? What could either of us add to what we already knew? Some nights, when I can't sleep, I go back to that pasture in my mind. I see the stars above us, feel the cool grass beneath the blanket, hear the crickets singing their summer song. And then I see the figure approaching from the darkness. Sometimes, in these reconstructed memories, I imagine I can see its face. But that's just my mind filling in the blanks. We never saw its face, never knew if it had eyes or a mouth or anything resembling human features. All I know for certain is what we saw that night was real. It was tall, it had long arms, it moved in a way nothing human could move. And for reasons I'll never understand, it approached 3 teenagers sitting under an oak tree, then disappeared into the darkness when they ran away. I don't know what we encountered in that pasture outside Oak Ridge in the summer of 2001. I only know that sometimes, when I'm driving alone at night and pass a dark field or forest, my eyes are drawn to the shadows. And sometimes, just sometimes, I think I see something moving there, something tall, with arms that hang too low, watching me pass by. Story 3. My name is Jake Thornton. What I'm about to tell you happened back in October 1998, and it's something I haven't shared with many people. Most folks around Pinewood County would think I'm crazy, or worse, that I'd been drinking. I wasn't. I wish I had been. At least then I could blame what I saw on the whiskey. October in Maine always brought perfect fishing weather. The summer tourists had cleared out and the lakes were quiet again. I'd been planning a night fishing trip to Lakeview Park for weeks, hoping to catch some of those fat bass that only seem to bite after dark. I packed my gear after work that Friday. 2 rods, my tackle box, a thermos of coffee, and a sandwich. Simple stuff for what should have been a simple night. The sun had already set when I turned my old Ford pickup onto Route 16, the 2-lane highway that cuts through 30 miles of dense forest before reaching Lakeview. My headlights carved a narrow path through the darkness, catching the occasional reflection of animal eyes in the brush alongside the road. The radio played static-filled country music from the only station that reached this far out. About 15 miles from the lake, I felt that familiar pressure in my bladder. The coffee I'd drunk on the drive was working its way through me faster than expected. No bathroom for miles, just endless trees on both sides of the road. I checked my watch. 9:17 p.m. Still plenty of time to make it to my favorite fishing spot if I made a quick stop. I pulled the truck onto the gravel shoulder, leaving the headlights on and the engine running. The night air hit me with a chill when I stepped out. Dry leaves crackled under my boots. I grabbed my flashlight from the glove compartment, clicked it on, and walked about 20 feet to the tree line, just far enough to have some privacy from the empty road. The forest was thick with pine and oak, the ground covered in fallen leaves and twigs. My flashlight beam bounced between tree trunks as I found a suitable spot. The woods were quiet except for the occasional rustle of night creatures and the distant hoot of an owl. Normal sounds, familiar sounds. I had just unzipped my jeans when I heard it. A crunch of leaves. Not small like a squirrel or raccoon, heavy, deliberate. I froze, listening. Another step, then another. Something big was moving through the trees about 50 yards away, heading in my direction. "Hello?" I called out, immediately regretting making any noise at all. The footsteps stopped. Complete silence followed for 5, maybe 10 seconds. Then they started again, faster, more purposeful. I zipped up quickly, my heart starting to hammer against my ribs. My flashlight beam darted wildly between the trees as I tried to spot whatever was approaching. The footsteps grew louder, crunching through the autumn leaves with increasing speed. "Who's there?" I shouted, backing up toward the road. The footsteps broke into what sounded like a run. That's when the real fear hit me. Something was charging directly toward me through the darkness. Something big enough to make the ground vibrate slightly with each impact. I turned and ran, no longer caring about dignity or bravery. The beam of my flashlight bounced crazily as I sprinted through the trees, branches whipping against my face and arms. I burst out of the tree line onto the shoulder of the road, my truck sitting there with its headlights still cutting through the night. The footsteps were right behind me now, crashing through the underbrush at the edge of the woods. I fumbled with the door handle, yanked it open, and threw myself inside. My hands shook as I shifted into drive. The tires spun on the gravel before finding purchase, and the truck lurched forward onto the asphalt. As I accelerated, something made me look in the rearview mirror. That's when I saw it. Standing at the edge of the road, partially illuminated by my taillights, was a figure. A massive dark figure standing upright on two legs. It had to be at least 7, maybe 8 feet tall. The proportions were all wrong for a human, too broad, too massive. Its arms hung down past where knees would be. For one terrible second, our eyes met in the mirror. I couldn't make out facial features, just the gleam of reflection where eyes should be, catching the red light from my tail lights. I floored the gas pedal. The engine roared as the truck shot forward, tires screeching against the pavement. My hands gripped the steering wheel so tightly, my knuckles turned white. I didn't slow down until I'd gone at least 5 miles, constantly checking the mirrors, terrified I'd see that thing loping down the road behind me, but there was nothing there, just darkness and empty road. By the time I reached Lakeview Park, my shirt was soaked with sweat despite the cool night air. I pulled into the deserted parking lot and killed the engine, but left the headlights on, illuminating the path down to the lake. The water looked black and still in the darkness, reflecting the half-moon overhead. I sat there, hands still trembling on the wheel, trying to make sense of what I'd seen. A bear? No, bears don't run on 2 legs like that. A man in some kind of costume? Out here, miles from anywhere? It didn't make sense. After 20 minutes, I finally stepped out of the truck, keeping my eyes on the tree line. The fishing equipment remained untouched in the truck bed. There was no way I was going to sit with my back to those woods in the dark, not tonight. I drove home without catching a single fish, taking the long way around on better lit roads, stopping only when I absolutely had to for gas at a brightly lit station in Millfield. The next morning, I convinced myself I'd seen a bear, a large black bear that had stood up on its hind legs when I startled it. That's all it was. Had to be. But the memory of those eyes reflecting red in my mirror kept coming back to me. For 3 weeks, I didn't go fishing at all. When my buddy Ray asked why, I made up excuses about work being busy or the weather not being right. I couldn't bring myself to tell him what I'd seen. Not in Pinewood County, where everyone knew everyone's business by sundown. But the itch to fish eventually grew too strong to ignore. I decided to return to Lakeview, but only in daylight. No more night fishing, at least not for a while. That Saturday in November, I arrived at the park just after sunrise. The parking lot had 2 other vehicles, a green Jeep Cherokee I recognized as belonging to Bill Masterson from the hardware store, and an old blue Chevy I didn't know. Safety in numbers, I figured. I unloaded my gear and headed down to the shore, nodding to Bill, who had set up about 50 yards down the bank. The morning passed quietly. I caught 3 decent-sized bass and a small pike. Nothing spectacular, but enough to justify the trip. As the sun climbed higher, I found myself relaxing, almost forgetting about what had happened. Around noon, Bill packed up his gear and walked over to where I was sitting. "Catching anything good?" he asked, setting down his tackle box. "Few bass. Nothing to brag about." Bill nodded, looking out across the water. "Haven't seen you out here in a while. Not since before Halloween." "Been busy," I said, reeling in my line to check the bait. Bill cleared his throat. "You know, something funny happened to Mark Evans last week. He was driving back from his sister's place in Grantsville, coming along Route 16 at night. Says he saw something strange in the road." My hands stilled on the fishing line. "What kind of strange?" "Says it was like a man, but not a man, too big, standing in the middle of the road looking at him. He had to swerve around it." Bill glanced at me. "Thing is, when he looked in his mirror, it was gone. Just vanished." I swallowed hard. "Route 16, huh? Whereabouts?" "About 15-20 miles east of here, near that big curve with all the pines." the exact area where I'd stopped. "Probably a deer," I said, forcing a laugh. "You know how they freeze in headlights." Bill shook his head. "Mark's lived here all his life, knows a deer when he sees one." He paused. Then again, he'd had a few beers at his sister's, so who knows? After Bill left, I couldn't focus on fishing anymore. I packed up early and headed home, my mind racing. On the drive back, I took the long way again, avoiding Route 16 entirely. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about what Bill had said about Mark Evans. I got up around 2 a.m. and went to my bookshelf, pulling down an old volume about local history that had belonged to my grandfather. I'd never paid much attention to it before, but now I flipped through the yellowed pages until I found the chapter on local legends. There it was, on page 187, a short paragraph about sightings of a forest man dating back to the early settlers. Most accounts described a tall, hair-covered creature that walked upright and avoided contact with humans. The settlers had attributed these sightings to natives trying to scare them off their land, but the natives themselves told stories of a similar being that had lived in the forests since before their ancestors arrived. The book called it superstitious nonsense, but included a crude drawing based on a description from 1879. The resemblance to what I'd glimpsed in my rearview mirror sent a chill down my spine. Over the next few months, I did some quiet digging. I started paying attention to stories I'd previously dismissed as tall tales. Old man Jenkins, who'd seen something watching him from the trees while hunting in '82. The Hanson kids who wouldn't play near the east side of Lakeview because of the tall man they'd seen there one summer. 3 hikers who'd gone missing in 1963. Their camp found intact but abandoned. I kept fishing, but never alone and never at night. When I did go to Lakeview, I stayed in the open areas, away from the dense woods that bordered the eastern shore. I carried a larger flashlight, a hunting knife, and eventually, after getting my permit, a Glock 19 in a holster under my jacket. Not that I thought a gun would help much against whatever it was, but it made me feel better. Spring came, then summer. The encounter began to feel more distant, like a bad dream. I started to convince myself that maybe it had been a bear, or my eyes playing tricks in the dark. Then in August 1999, I ran into Sheriff Dawson at Miller's Diner. He looked tired, dark circles under his eyes as he nursed a cup of coffee at the counter. "Rough night?" I asked, sliding onto the stool next to him. "You could say that." He rubbed his face. "Got a call from some campers up at Lakeview last night. College kids from the university, all spooked about something in the woods." My stomach tightened. What kind of something? The usual campfire story nonsense. Heard noises, saw a shadow, felt like they were being watched. He sighed. By the time we got there, they'd packed up and were ready to leave. Said they'd seen some giant man-shaped thing standing at the edge of their campsite, just watching them. "Did you find anything?" My mouth felt dry. "Footprints." The sheriff took a sip of his coffee. "Big ones, but probably just some local playing pranks on the out-of-towners. You know how Hank's boy likes to scare people." I nodded, but I knew Hank's son wasn't 7 feet tall. "One thing, though," the sheriff continued, lowering his voice. "The kids said when they shined their flashlight at it, they saw its eyes reflect back red. Like an animal's eyes, but higher up than any animal should be. That detail's odd enough that I'm heading back out there today to have another look. Mind if I come along?" I heard myself asking before I could think better of it. The sheriff looked surprised but shrugged. "Sure, if you want. Not much to see in daylight, I expect." 2 hours later, we were walking through the woods near the east camping area of Lakeview Park. The sheriff showed me where they'd found the prints. Large, barefoot impressions pressed deep into the soft earth near a cluster of pines. Some looked almost human-like, others more elongated and strange. "Probably just someone with big feet wearing some kind of modified boots," Sheriff Dawson said, not sounding entirely convinced. "To scare those college kids." I knelt down to examine one of the clearer prints. It was easily twice the size of my hand, with what looked like 5 toes, but the proportions were off. The impression was deeper at the front, as if whatever made it carried most of its weight forward. "These come from that direction," I said, pointing toward the densest part of the forest. "Where the old logging trails used to be." The sheriff nodded. "They lead back that way too, like whatever it was circled the campsite and then returned the same way." We followed the tracks for about a quarter mile into the woods. They led to a small stream, then disappeared. The sheriff made some notes, took a few photographs, and we headed back to the parking lot. "I'll file a report," he said. "Probably just kids playing pranks." But I could tell he didn't believe that any more than I did. That night, I pulled out a map of Pinewood County and marked the spot where I'd had my encounter on Route 16. Then I marked the campsite where the college students had their experience. I added locations from other stories I'd heard. Old Man Jenkins's hunting spot, where the Hanson kids had played, where those hikers disappeared in '63. The marks clustered around an area of about 15 square miles of dense forest east of Lakeview, stretching toward the mountains, some of the most isolated terrain in the county. I've been back to Lakeview Park many times since then. I still fish there, but I pay closer attention now. I notice things, broken branches too high up for a person to reach, strange sounds at dusk, the way animals sometimes go suddenly quiet for no apparent reason. Sometimes, when I'm packing up my gear, as the sun starts to set, I feel eyes on me from the tree line. I don't look directly at the woods anymore. I just hurry to my truck and drive away before full darkness falls. I don't know what I saw that night in October 1998. I don't want to know. But I do know this. Something lives in those woods around Lakeview. Something that walks on 2 legs but isn't human. Something that watches from the shadows. And sometimes, when the conditions are just right, when a lone traveler stops on a dark stretch of road, perhaps, it doesn't just watch, it comes closer. Story 4. I knew I should have driven the back way home after my shift, but by 9 p.m. I was dead on my feet after 10 hours at the hospital, and Sarah had texted saying she was making enchiladas. Using the county road shaved 15 minutes off the drive, and damn if I wasn't hungry. The night was pitch black on Highway 17, just outside Winsboro. No streetlights out here, just our headlights cutting through the darkness. Sarah sat beside me in the passenger seat of our Chevy Tahoe, scrolling through her phone, the blue light illuminating her face in the dark cab. "You should have seen Mrs. Tompkins today," I said, keeping my eyes on the road. "Came in for her blood pressure check wearing—" "Mike, what's that?" Sarah interrupted, her finger pressing against the passenger window. I eased off the gas, squinting through the windshield. The headlights caught something near the tree line that bordered our property about 70 feet ahead. At first glance, it looked like one of the neighbor's cows had gotten loose again. "Probably just one of Hank's heifers," I said, slowing the SUV. "I'll call him tomorrow." As we got closer, I realized the shape was all wrong. It wasn't on 4 legs. It was standing upright, and it was big, real big. "That's not a cow," Sarah whispered, her voice tight. The Tahoe's headlights washed over it, and my stomach dropped. The thing stood on 2 legs at the edge of the tree line, maybe 10 feet from the road. It was tall, taller than any man I'd ever seen, 7, maybe 8 feet high. "What the hell is that?" I muttered, gripping the steering wheel tighter. As we drew closer, more details emerged. The creature was covered in thick, reddish-brown hair that looked about 6 inches long. It hung off its body like a shaggy coat. But what really got me were its proportions. Its shoulders must have been 4 feet wide, broader than any linebacker, and its arms— Jesus, those arms hung down almost to its knees. Sarah's hand clamped onto my thigh, her fingernails digging in through my scrubs. "Mike," she said, her voice barely audible. "Drive. Just drive." Part of me wanted to stop, to get a better look. The rational part of my brain was trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Maybe someone in a costume, a practical joke. but we were in the middle of nowhere, and that thing was no costume. I slowed down instinctively, my foot hovering over the brake. The creature's head turned toward our approaching headlights. I couldn't make out a face in the darkness, just the massive silhouette swiveling to track our approach. "Don't stop!" Sarah hissed. "Mike, please!" Before I could decide, the thing moved. It didn't run or bound away like a startled animal. It simply turned and walked off into the pasture beside the road, its long arms swinging at its sides. 2, maybe 3 strides, and it disappeared into the darkness beyond our headlights' reach. The whole encounter lasted maybe 5 seconds. I drove past the spot where it had been standing, my heart hammering against my ribs. "Did you see that?" Sarah's voice was high and tight. "Tell me you saw that." "I saw it," I confirmed, my mouth dry. I checked the rearview mirror, but there was nothing but darkness behind us. "What was it?" she asked, twisting in her seat to look back. "I don't know." My knuckles were white on the wheel. "Maybe a bear." "Bears don't walk on 2 legs like that, Mike, and they sure as hell aren't that tall." I knew she was right. Whatever that thing was, it wasn't a bear. It wasn't anything I'd ever seen before. "Should we go back?" I asked, already slowing the SUV again. "Are you crazy?" Sarah's eyes were wide. "No, absolutely not." My foot hovered over the brake. Part of me, the curious part, the part that got me through medical school, wanted to turn around, to confirm what we'd seen. But Sarah's fear was tangible in the cab of the Tahoe, and honestly, I wasn't eager to confront whatever that thing was in the dark. "Okay," I said, pressing the gas again. "We'll go home." The rest of the 5-minute drive passed in tense silence. I kept checking the mirrors, half expecting to see that huge shape lumbering after us on the road. Sarah kept her eyes on the windshield, as if staring hard enough would get us home faster. When we turned into our driveway, Sarah let out an audible sigh of relief. I punched in the gate code with shaking fingers and drove up to our house. The porch lights were on, thank God for automatic timers, and the familiar sight of our ranch-style home had never been so welcome. I killed the engine, but neither of us moved to get out. "You really saw it too, right?" I asked, needing the confirmation. Sarah nodded, her face pale in the dome light. "Every bit of it. The height, the arms, that reddish fur." "We should call someone," I said, reaching for my phone. "Who? The sheriff? And tell him what? That we saw Bigfoot on Highway 17? I winced at the word. Bigfoot. It sounded ridiculous. But the image of that massive, hair-covered figure was burned into my retinas. "Let's just go inside," Sarah said, unbuckling her seatbelt. "I need a drink." The house felt safe, normal. Sarah went straight to the kitchen, bypassing the promised enchiladas and reaching for the tequila on the top shelf. I locked the door behind us and checked that all the windows were secured. "You think it followed us?" Sarah asked, pouring 2 generous shots. "No," I said, though I glanced out the kitchen window toward the dark tree line at the edge of our property. "That thing went the other way." We sat at the kitchen island, sipping our drinks in silence. The encounter had lasted only seconds, but I couldn't shake the details from my mind. The massive height, the shaggy reddish-brown hair, those impossibly long arms. "You know," Sarah said, staring into her glass, "my grandpa used to talk about seeing something like that in the woods when he was a boy, back in East Texas." "Your grandpa Jim, the one who told tall tales?" "Yeah," she admitted with a small smile. "But he stuck to this one. Said he saw a giant hairy man in the piney woods when he was hunting with his dad. Nobody believed him." I took another sip of tequila, feeling the burn all the way down. "I believe him now." Sarah pulled out her phone and started typing. "I'm going to look up if there have been other sightings around here." I watched her scroll through search results, her face illuminated by the screen. After a few minutes, her eyes widened. "Mike, look at this!" She turned her phone toward me. It showed a local news article from 3 years ago. Henderson County man claims Bigfoot sighting near Lake Palestine. The next article was dated just 7 months ago. Couple reports large, hairy creature on farm outside Winnsboro. "That's less than 5 miles from where we saw it," I said, taking the phone from her. I scrolled through more results. Once I started looking specifically for sightings in East Texas, dozens of reports popped up. Some were clearly hoaxes or attention-seeking, but others were harder to dismiss, especially now. "Listen to this," I said, reading from a forum post. "Guy says he saw a creature 8 feet tall with reddish-brown hair and unusually long arms crossing FM 314 last October. Says it moved with a fluid gait that didn't look human." Sarah shuddered. "That's exactly what we saw. The way it walked." "Yeah." I remembered the smooth, deliberate strides as it disappeared into the darkness. We stayed up late that night, reading account after account. Some details varied, the exact height, the color of the hair, but the core description remained consistent. A tall bipedal creature with a massive frame and long arms, usually spotted in wooded areas at dusk or night. "Should we report it?" Sarah asked as we finally headed to bed around 1 a.m. I hesitated. Who would we even tell? There are organizations that track this stuff. Look. She showed me a website for the Texas Cryptid Research Association. "Let's sleep on it," I suggested. "See how we feel in the morning." But sleep didn't come easily. Every creak of the house, every rustle of wind in the trees outside had me sitting up, straining to hear. I kept picturing that massive silhouette at the edge of our property, those long arms swinging as it walked. Sarah tossed and turned beside me. Around 3 a.m. she whispered, "You awake?" "Yeah. I keep seeing it when I close my eyes." "Me too." "What if it comes here? It was right by our property." I rolled over and put my arm around her. "It won't. And if it does, we've got the dogs, the security system, my shotgun." "The dogs didn't even bark," she pointed out. "When we got home, they were calm as could be." She was right. Our 2 German shepherds had greeted us normally when we came in. No sign they sensed anything unusual outside. "Maybe that's a good sign," I offered. "If there was something dangerous around, they'd know." This seemed to comfort her a little, and eventually we both drifted into uneasy sleep. The next morning, the encounter seemed almost dreamlike in the harsh light of day. But the memory was too vivid, too shared between us to dismiss. "I'm going to check the area," I announced over coffee. Sarah looked up from her toast. "No, you're not." "Just to see if there are any tracks. Any evidence." "It's dangerous, Mike." "In broad daylight? With my gun?" I raised an eyebrow. "I'll be fine. I just need to know." She sighed, knowing that look on my face. "At least take Ranger with you." After breakfast, I grabbed my Remington from the gun safe and called our older shepherd. He bounded after me as I walked down our long driveway toward the county road. The spot where we'd seen the creature was about a quarter-mile away. The day was bright and clear, nothing like the ominous darkness of the night before. Birds chirped in the trees, and a neighboring farmer's tractor hummed in the distance. Normal, everyday sounds that made last night's encounter seem impossible. I reached the spot on the road where we'd seen the creature emerge from the tree line. Ranger trotted ahead, sniffing at the grass, but showing no particular interest or alarm. I followed him to the edge of the trees. The ground was mostly hard-packed dirt, with patches of grass and fallen pine needles. Not ideal for tracking. I scanned the area carefully, looking for any sign of disturbance, broken branches, unusual depressions in the ground. About 15 feet in, I found something. A small cluster of coarse, reddish-brown hairs caught on the rough bark of a pine tree, about 7 feet up from the ground. I plucked them carefully and held them in my palm. They were thick, almost like horsehair, but different. I've been around horses all my life, and this wasn't the same. I pocketed the hares and continued searching. Another 10 yards in, I found what might have been tracks, large depressions in a patch of softer ground, spaced far apart. But they weren't clear enough to make out any details, just vague impressions suggesting something heavy had passed through. Ranger suddenly lifted his head, ears perked forward. He stared intently into the deeper woods, a low growl building in his throat. "What is it, boy?" I whispered, raising my shotgun instinctively. The dog's hackles rose, but he didn't bark. He just stood there, rigid and alert, staring at something I couldn't see. The woods had gone silent. No birds, no insects, just the sound of my own breathing and Ranger's low growl. "Come on," I said, backing away slowly. "Let's go." I didn't turn my back on the trees until we reached the road again. Ranger stayed close to my leg the whole way home, occasionally glancing behind us. Sarah was waiting on the porch, arms crossed tight across her chest. "Find anything?" she asked as I climbed the steps. I showed her the hares, and maybe some tracks, but they weren't clear. She touched the coarse strands with one fingertip. "Jesus, Mike, this makes it real." Ranger sensed something out there too. Got real alert all of a sudden. Sarah's face paled. "It's still around?" "I don't know, maybe." I pocketed the hares again. "Let's go inside." Over lunch we debated what to do with our discovery. The hares were evidence, but evidence of what? We had no way to analyze them properly. "We should tell someone," Sarah insisted. "Who?" "The sheriff thinks Hank Jackson is crazy for reporting something big on his property last year. Remember that?" She nodded reluctantly. "What about the research group I showed you? The Texas cryptid people?" I considered it. "Maybe, but let's just start with people we trust, see what they say." That evening we invited our closest friends, the Thompsons, over for dinner. Darryl had been my roommate in college, and his wife Elaine was a biology teacher at the high school. If anyone would listen with an open mind, it would be them. Over barbecue and beers, I casually brought up the subject. "You guys ever hear stories about strange creatures in the woods around here?" Darryl chuckled. "Like what? Chupacabra?" "No, like—" I hesitated, then decided to just say it. "Like Bigfoot." Elaine put down her fork. "Why do you ask?" Sarah and I exchanged glances. She gave me a slight nod. "Because we saw something last night," I admitted, "driving home on Highway 17. I described the encounter in detail. The height, the reddish-brown hair, the long arms, the way it walked off into the darkness. I showed them the hares I'd found. To their credit, they didn't laugh. Darryl looked skeptical but interested, while Elaine examined the hares with professional curiosity. "These aren't from any local wildlife I'm familiar with," she said finally. "Too coarse for deer, too long for wild hog." "You really think you saw a Sasquatch?" Darryl asked, his voice carefully neutral. "I don't know what we saw," I answered honestly. "But it was big. It was hairy, and it walked on 2 legs. My uncle owns property near Caddo Lake," Elaine said slowly. "He swears he's seen something similar twice over the years. I always thought he was exaggerating." "There are a lot of reports in East Texas," Sarah added. "We looked it up." Darryl took a long pull from his beer. "Well, I'll tell you one thing. I wouldn't go looking for it again, whatever it is." "We won't," Sarah assured him, shooting me a pointed look. After they left, Sarah and I sat on the porch swing, looking out at the dark line of trees in the distance. The possibility of that creature being out there watching should have been terrifying. But somehow, sharing our experience had made it more manageable. "Do you think it's dangerous?" Sarah asked quietly. I considered the question. "It could have charged at us, but it walked away. That says something. I wonder how long it's been out there. How many there are." I slipped my arm around her shoulders. Maybe they've always been here, just staying hidden. In the weeks that followed, we told a few other trusted friends about our encounter, carefully gauging their reactions. Some were openly skeptical, others surprisingly accepting. One neighbor, an older man named Frank, confided that he'd seen something similar while hunting 20 years ago, but never told anyone for fear of ridicule. We never filed an official report, never contacted the cryptid researchers. The hairs remained in a small envelope in my desk drawer, evidence of something extraordinary that happened on an ordinary night in March. Sometimes driving home late from work, I slowed down at that spot on Highway 17, scanning the tree line. I haven't seen it again, but now I know it's out there, moving silently through the East Texas pines on those impossibly long legs. And when the wind blows just right through the trees at night, carrying strange sounds from the darkness, Sarah and I share a look across the dinner table. We don't need to say anything. We know what might be making those sounds. And we've made our peace with sharing these woods with something that science says shouldn't exist. Story 5. I've always been a practical man. 38 years old now, grew up around Equipment, Texas, and never much believed in anything I couldn't see with my own eyes or touch with my own hands. Folks around here know me as reliable, dependable, not the type to make up stories. That February evening in 2006 changed everything. The sun was dropping fast behind the tree line as I made my final rounds on the Blackwell ranch. 750 acres of mostly woods and scrubland that I'd been maintaining for old man Blackwell going on 5 years. Good work if you don't mind the isolation. Most days it was just me, the livestock, and whatever critters lived in those woods. I drove my pickup down the rutted access road as far as it would take me, then grabbed my rifle and flashlight. The wild hog traps needed checking before dark. Those beasts tore up the land, something fierce, rooting up soil, destroying crops, even threatening the cattle sometimes. Setting and checking traps was just part of the job. The air felt damp that evening. We'd had rain earlier, and the ground was soft under my boots. Made for quiet walking, which I always appreciated. Nothing worse than crunching through dry leaves when you're trying to move through woods unnoticed. I checked the first 4 traps without incident. 2 were empty, 1 had caught a young boar that I dispatched quickly, and another had been triggered, but whatever sprung, it had escaped. Standard stuff. But the last trap, that was way out on the far edge of the property, a good 1.5 mile hike from where I'd left my truck. The shadows were growing long by the time I reached that section. It was thick woods out there, old growth, trees that had been standing since before my granddaddy was born. The kind of place that feels ancient, like it's watching you. I spotted the trap through a clearing ahead, empty from what I could see. I'd just about reached it when I caught movement from the corner of my eye. My first thought was deer. We had plenty of whitetails on the property, but this was different, taller, moving wrong. I stopped dead in my tracks, my hand tightening on my rifle. Behind a large pine about 30 yards to my left, something shifted. I turned slowly, focusing on that spot. That's when I saw it. It stepped partially from behind the tree, and for a second, just a second, I got a clear look. My breath caught in my throat. It stood upright, on 2 legs, at least 6 feet tall, maybe taller, covered in thick charcoal grey hair. Not fur like a bear, but hair, longer in some places than others. It had broad shoulders, powerful-looking arms that hung longer than a man's should. In that frozen moment, I couldn't make out its face clearly. It was turned partly away from me, but what I could see wasn't human, wasn't animal either, not like anything I recognized. Then it moved. God, the speed of it. It didn't lumber or shamble. It ran, fast and smooth on 2 feet, with a stride that ate up ground in a way that made my skin crawl. 3 bounds and it disappeared behind a massive oak about 50 yards deeper into the woods. I stood there, rifle half raised, heart hammering against my ribs. My mouth had gone bone dry. I strained my ears but heard nothing. No breaking branches, no footfalls, nothing to indicate which way it had gone. That silence scared me more than anything. I'm not ashamed to admit what I did next. I turned around and got the hell out of there. Didn't even check that last trap. I took a different route back to my truck, a longer path that kept me well away from where I'd seen that thing. I walked fast, stopping often to look over my shoulder, rifle ready. The sun was gone by the time I reached my pickup. I locked the doors the second I got inside. My hands were shaking so bad I dropped the keys twice before getting them in the ignition. I didn't tell Jessica right away when I got home. What was I supposed to say? That I'd seen some kind of monster in the woods, that Adam Reynolds, who everyone knew as level-headed and no-nonsense, had spooked himself over what was probably just a bear standing funny in the twilight. But it wasn't a bear. I'd hunted bear before. I knew what they looked like, how they moved. This was something else. 3 days later, I finally told Jessica. We were sitting on the porch after dinner watching the sunset. She was the only person I could trust not to think I'd lost my mind. "Jess," I said, "something happened out at the ranch the other day." She must have heard something in my voice because she set her coffee down and turned to face me. What kind of something? I told her everything, exactly what I'd seen, how it moved, the way it disappeared. When I finished, she didn't laugh or look at me like I was crazy. She just studied my face for a long moment. "You really saw this?" she said. Not a question. I nodded. "Clear as I'm seeing you now, at least for a few seconds. What do you think it was?" I ran a hand over my face. Honest to God, Jess, it looked like some kind of giant monkey or ape, but that's impossible out here. "You going back to check those traps again?" "Got to. It's my job." I paused. "But not at dusk, and not alone if I can help it." Life went on. I kept working the ranch, though I changed my routines. Always checked the back traps earlier in the day, always carried my rifle, always felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up when I got to that far section of the property. I never mentioned what I'd seen to anyone else. Small towns like Equipment have long memories, and I didn't want to be known as the guy who claimed to see monsters in the woods. Months passed. Spring came, then summer. The incident began to feel distant, like something that had happened to someone else. Maybe I'd made more of it than there was. Maybe the light had been playing tricks. Then came the watermelon. It was July, hotter than blazes. I was back in that same section of the woods, checking traps mid-morning when the sun was high and visibility was good. As I approached the area where I'd had my encounter, something caught my eye. There, in a small clearing about 20 feet from where I'd seen the creature, lay a watermelon, split clean in half, its red flesh exposed to the air, seeds scattered around it. I stopped and stared at it. A watermelon. In the middle of nowhere, on private property, miles from any road or house. We didn't grow watermelons on the ranch. Blackwell ran cattle and had some hay fields, but no crops like that. The nearest farm that might grow them was over 10 miles away. I approached it slowly, looking around as I did. The two halves lay about a foot apart, like something had ripped it open rather than cut it. The flesh was still moist, not completely dried out. It hadn't been there long. I crouched down to examine it closer. There were no human footprints around it, just some indistinct depressions in the soft earth that could have been anything. A cold feeling settled in my stomach. I was the only one with access to this part of the property. Old man Blackwell hadn't been out this far in years due to his bad hip. No neighbors came onto the land. Blackwell was strict about trespassers. So how did a watermelon, a fresh watermelon, end up out here? When I told Jessica about it that evening, she got real quiet. "You know," she finally said, "I've been doing some reading since you told me what you saw." She went to her computer and pulled up some websites she'd bookmarked. Pages about strange sightings in East Texas. Reports of large, hair-covered bipedal creatures seen in the woods, some dating back decades. People around here don't talk about it much, she said, but there've been stories. Remember how the Wilsons were always saying they heard a woman screaming out near their place last year? I nodded. The Wilsons lived about 3 miles from the Blackwell ranch, on the edge of another large wooded area. Everyone said it was probably a panther, Jessica continued. But I read that Sasquatch are known to make sounds like that, screams that sound almost human. I felt that same cold feeling again. Sasquatch? You're talking about Bigfoot, Jess. That's not real. She shrugged. You saw something, Adam, something you can't explain. And now there's a watermelon that appeared out of nowhere in the same spot. I didn't want to believe it. Still don't, if I'm being completely honest. But what other explanation was there? The rest of that summer, I started noticing things I might have overlooked before. Tree branches broken too high for a deer or normal wildlife. Strange sounds at dusk. Not quite animal, not quite human. Once, what looked like a large handprint pressed into the mud near a creek, though rain washed it away before I could photograph it. I started carrying a camera with me, hoping to get evidence, but whatever was out there seemed to vanish whenever I was prepared. I'd catch glimpses of movement, shadows that didn't match the trees, but never another clear sighting like that February evening. By August, I'd convinced Dale Jenkins, who worked the neighboring property, to come with me on my rounds to the back section. I didn't tell him exactly why, just said I needed help with some traps. Dale was a big guy, former military, and not the type to spook easily. You seem jumpy, he said as we approached the area where I'd had my encounter. Just watching for hogs, I lied. We checked the traps without incident. No creatures, no watermelons, nothing out of the ordinary. I almost felt foolish for bringing him. Then, as we were heading back, we both heard it. A long, high, wailing sound that cut through the trees. Not quite a scream, not quite a howl. It echoed through the woods, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Dale froze. What the hell was that? Panther, maybe, I said, but I didn't believe it. The sound had too much volume, too much range. That was no panther, Dale replied, his hand moving to the pistol on his hip. I've heard panthers. That was something else. We heard it twice more as we made our way back to the trucks, each time seeming closer. Dale didn't ask any more questions, but he didn't take his hand off his gun either. When we reached the vehicles, he turned to me. You know something you're not saying, Reynolds. I considered telling him then about what I'd seen, about the watermelon, all of it. But I just shook my head. Just been some strange things happening back there, probably nothing. Dale gave me a long look. You be careful out here alone, you hear? These woods, they're older than us, deeper than we know. After that day, I never went to the back section alone again. Always made sure I had Dale or one of the other ranch hands with me. I started carrying a voice recorder too, hoping to capture one of those screams. Jessica dug deeper into local stories. Turns out there were more than I'd realized. Hunters who'd come across strange structures in the woods. Stick formations too deliberate to be natural, too complex to be made by kids. Campers who'd had their sites raided overnight. Food taken, but valuable equipment left untouched. A family back in the 70s who claimed something large had followed their car down the old logging road for nearly a mile. The logical part of my brain still searched for explanations. Could be bears, though they weren't common in our immediate area. Could be some kind of escaped exotic pet, though nothing had been reported missing from any zoos or private collections. Could even be some hermit living deep in the woods, though that wouldn't explain the size, the hair, the speed I'd witnessed. In October I found something else. 3 large trees positioned in a triangle, with smaller branches woven between them about 8 feet off the ground, creating what looked almost like a platform or nest. It was crude but deliberate. No animal I knew of built structures like that, and it would have taken considerable strength to bend and weave those branches. I took photos this time, showed them to Jessica, who added them to her growing file of evidence. I still wasn't ready to call it a Sasquatch or Bigfoot or whatever, but I couldn't deny something unusual was happening on that property. As winter approached again, the sightings and strange occurrences seemed to decrease. Maybe whatever it was had moved on. Maybe it was hunkering down for the cold months. Or maybe it had just gotten better at staying hidden, now that it knew I was paying attention. February rolled around again, a full year since my original encounter. I'd grown more cautious but less fearful. Whatever was out there hadn't made any aggressive moves toward me or anyone else. It seemed content to observe from a distance, to leave the occasional sign of its presence. One evening, as I was locking up the ranch storage shed, I felt that familiar prickle on the back of my neck, the feeling of being watched. I turned slowly toward the tree line about 100 yards away. There, at the edge of the woods, stood a dark figure. Too far to see clearly, just a shape against the trees, but it was upright and tall. We stared at each other across that distance for what felt like minutes, but was probably only seconds. Then it stepped back into the shadows and was gone. I didn't run this time. I stood my ground, heart racing but mind clear. The encounter changed me. Not in any dramatic way that others would notice, but in how I understand the world. There are things out there we don't fully comprehend, things that exist in the margins, in the deep woods and wild places. I still work the Blackwell ranch, still check those traps, though never alone at dusk. I've learned to respect the boundaries. It stays in the deep woods, and I don't venture there during its active times. Jessica and I have collected dozens of reports now, compiled research, even connected with others who've had similar experiences. Sometimes we drive out to other reported sighting locations, hoping for evidence. Most times we find nothing. Occasionally, we find just enough to keep us looking. I don't know what I saw that February evening in 2006. I don't have a name for it that feels right. But I know it was real as the ground under my feet and the sky over my head. The woods are different for me now, deeper, more mysterious. When I walk among those old trees on the back portion of the property, I do so as a visitor, not an owner. And sometimes, when the wind is right, I can hear something moving out there, keeping pace with me just beyond my line of sight. I don't fear it anymore, but I never forget it's there. Story 6. The January cold bit through my old flannel coat as we headed back from Sunday evening service. Our headlights cut through the growing darkness, snow piled high on both sides of the country road where the plows had pushed it. My wife Elaine sat in the passenger seat, her hand resting on the center console, while our kids, Tommy, 12, and Jenny, 9, fidgeted in the back of our '92 Suburban. "Daddy, can we stop for ice cream?" Jenny asked, leaning forward between the seats. Her pigtails bounced as she spoke. "In this weather, you'll freeze from the inside out," I replied, checking the dashboard clock. 5:37 p.m. Dusk was settling over Pinewood County faster than I'd expected. "Come on, Marcus," Elaine said with a smile. "We could all use a little treat." I nodded, slowing as we approached Crowley's Bend, that sharp curve where Old Mill Road meets the county line. This stretch always made me uneasy, especially in winter. Back in '92, or maybe it was early '93, I'd heard something out here that still raised the hair on my neck when I thought about it. "Fine," I conceded, "but we're not staying long. Got school tomorrow and—" My words died in my throat. There, about 50 yards ahead, something emerged from the tree line on the left side of the road. At first I thought it was a man, a tall man in a dark coat. But as it stepped into the open, my brain scrambled to make sense of what my eyes were seeing. "Marcus," Elaine whispered, her hand now gripping my arm. "What is that?" The figure moved with purpose across the road, directly in front of us. It was massive, at least 7 feet tall, and covered in what looked like dark, matted fur, but it wasn't walking on all fours like a bear. No, this thing walked upright, perfectly balanced, with long arms swinging at its sides. I eased off the gas, not wanting to get any closer. "Dad?" Tommy's voice cracked from the back seat. "Is that a person?" Before I could answer, the creature reached the barbed wire fence on the right side of the road, a sturdy 4-foot barrier that marked the edge of the Wilkins property. Without hesitation, it simply stepped over the fence like it was stepping over a small log, its movement fluid and natural. The barbed wire didn't even snag its fur. As it disappeared into the woods beyond, I realized I'd been holding my breath. My knuckles were white from gripping the steering wheel. "Did everyone see that?" I asked, my voice unnaturally quiet. 3 heads nodded in silent unison. "That wasn't a man," Elaine said, her voice steady despite the tremor in her hands. "And it sure as hell wasn't a bear." "It was big, Daddy," Jenny whispered from the back seat. "Real big." I pressed the gas pedal again, driving past the spot where it had crossed. There were no tracks visible from the road, just undisturbed snow leading into the dark woods. "Tommy, did you see how it moved?" I asked, glancing in the rear-view mirror at my son. His face was pale. "Yeah," he nodded. "It walked like us. But not like us." That was exactly right. It walked like us, but not like us. There was something wrong about the movement, too smooth, too controlled for something that size. "We're going straight home," I announced, abandoning any thought of ice cream. No one objected. The rest of the drive passed in tense silence. Each of us was replaying what we'd seen, trying to make it fit into our understanding of the world. Nothing fit. As I pulled into our driveway, the headlights illuminating our small farmhouse, Elaine finally spoke again. "We don't tell anyone about this," she said firmly. "Not yet. People will think we're crazy." I nodded, but my mind was already racing back to that sound I'd heard years earlier, a scream unlike anything I'd ever heard before or since. That night, I couldn't sleep. Around 2 a.m., I gave up trying and went downstairs to the kitchen. To my surprise, Tommy was already there, sitting at the table with a glass of milk. "Can't sleep either, huh?" I asked, opening the fridge. He shook his head. "I keep seeing it, Dad, the way it moved." I sat down across from him. "Me too." "What was it?" he asked, his eyes wide in the dim light from the range hood. I considered lying, telling him it was probably just a man in a costume or some explanation that would let him sleep. But Tommy was old enough for the truth, or at least the truth as I understood it. "I don't know, son," I admitted, "but I've got a feeling it's connected to something I heard out that way a few years back." Tommy leaned forward. "What did you hear?" I took a deep breath. I was driving home late from Uncle Bill's place. This was winter of 92, or maybe early 93, and I had the window cracked despite the cold. As I passed through that same stretch of road, I heard a scream. "Like a woman screaming?" Tommy asked. "No," I said, the memory sending a chill down my spine. "It started low, then went high, higher than any person could scream. Lasted maybe 5 seconds. Wasn't an animal I recognized either. Not a mountain lion, not a fox, not anything I've ever heard in these woods before." Tommy's eyes were wide. "And you think that was the thing we saw tonight?" I nodded slowly. "Can't prove it, but yes, I think so." "We should tell someone," Tommy said. "The sheriff, maybe?" I shook my head. "Your mother's right. We need to think about this. Sheriff Dawson already thinks I'm a bit touched since that business with the Hendersons' livestock last summer. If we start talking about giant furry creatures walking like men, we'll be the laughingstock of Pinewood County." Tommy frowned, but nodded. "So we just keep it to ourselves?" For now, I said. Let's wait and see if anyone else reports something similar. If they do, then maybe... I didn't finish the sentence. We both knew what I meant. The next morning, Elaine and I agreed to act normal. The kids went to school, she went to her job at the library, and I headed to the hardware store where I'd worked since dropping out of community college 20 years ago. But the creature was all I could think about. During my lunch break, I called my buddy Ray Peterson, who worked for the Forest Service. If anyone knew about strange animals in the area, it would be Ray. Peterson speaking, he answered on the third ring. Ray, it's Marcus. Got a minute? For you, always. What's up? I hesitated, choosing my words carefully. You heard of any unusual wildlife sightings lately? Around Crowley's Bend, maybe? There was a pause on the other end of the line. What kind of unusual are we talking about? I don't know, I said, trying to sound casual, just wondering if anyone's reported anything out of the ordinary. Another pause, longer this time. Marcus, did you see something? The directness of his question caught me off guard. Maybe. Why? Have other people reported things? Ray sighed. Look, can you stop by my office after your shift? This isn't really a phone conversation. My heart rate picked up. Sure, I'm off at 5. See you then, Ray said, then hung up. The rest of my shift dragged by. I mismeasured a length of chain 3 times for Mrs. Caldwell and nearly knocked over a display of paint cans when Bob Travis asked me about Sunday's sermon. By 4:45, I couldn't take it anymore and asked the owner, Mr. Hoffman, if I could clock out early. He waved me off with a concerned look. Ray's office was a small room in the back of the ranger station, decorated with maps and wildlife photographs. When I arrived, he closed the door behind me. Sit down, he said, gesturing to a metal folding chair. He took the seat behind his cluttered desk. Now, tell me exactly what you saw. So I told him. Everything, from the creature's height to the way it stepped over the fence without breaking stride. Ray listened without interrupting, his face unreadable. When I finished, he leaned back in his chair and rubbed his beard. And your whole family saw this? No chance it was shadows playing tricks? No chance, I said firmly. It was maybe 50 yards away, clear as day. All 4 of us saw the same thing. Ray nodded slowly, then opened his desk drawer and pulled out a file folder. I'm not supposed to share this, but... He slid the folder across the desk. Take a look. Inside were about a dozen typed reports, dating back to 1987. Each described sightings similar to what we'd experienced. Tall, dark figures walking upright in the woods around Pinewood County. Some mentioned unusual tracks, others strange noises. One report, filed by a farmer named Everett Simmons in 1991, included a crude drawing of a massive footprint found in mud near his cattle pen. Jesus, I whispered, flipping through the pages. All these people saw the same thing? Something similar, Ray confirmed. But here's the kicker. None of these reports were ever officially filed. I've been keeping them separately. Why? I asked, looking up from the file. Because every time someone brought this to my boss or to Sheriff Dawson, they were laughed out of the office, told they were seeing bears or men in hunting gear or shadows. Eventually, people stopped reporting. I thought about that for a moment. So you believe these are real? Ray leaned forward, lowering his voice despite us being alone. Marcus, I've been working these woods for 22 years. I know every animal that's supposed to be out there. Whatever these people saw, whatever you saw, it's not on any wildlife inventory I've ever seen. Then what is it? I asked. He shook his head. I don't know, but I do know this. You're not the first to see it, and you won't be the last. As I drove home that evening, Ray's file sat on the passenger seat where Elaine had been the day before. I felt both validated and disturbed. Our family hadn't imagined the creature, but knowing others had seen it raised more questions than answers. Over the next few weeks, Our family talked about the creature almost daily, but only behind closed doors. Jenny had nightmares the first few nights, crawling into bed with Elaine and me around 2 a.m., whimpering about the big hairy man watching her through the window. Tommy became obsessed, checking books out of the library about unexplained phenomena and cryptids. Elaine worried the most about appearances. "What will people think if this gets out?" she'd ask. "The Harpers seeing monsters in the woods? We'll never live it down." But I couldn't let it go. The image of that creature stepping over the fence haunted me. Its proportions were all wrong for a human. Too tall, arms too long, legs too powerful, and the way it moved, purposeful, confident, like it owned those woods, suggested intelligence. I started driving out to Crowley's Bend after work, parking my truck on the shoulder and sitting with a pair of binoculars, scanning the tree line. Elaine hated it. "You're obsessing, Marcus," she said one night after I came home at 8 p.m., cold and empty-handed. "It's not healthy." "I just need to see it again," I explained, "to confirm what we saw." "We all saw it," she insisted. "Isn't that confirmation enough?" It wasn't. Because despite what I'd told my family, there was something I'd kept to myself, something I'd noticed in that brief encounter that I couldn't explain. When the creature had turned slightly before disappearing into the woods, I could have sworn I saw the glint of something metallic around its neck. By March, the snow had mostly melted, revealing the muddy earth beneath. I continued my evening visits to Crowley's Bend, though less frequently as Elaine's patience wore thin. Then, on a drizzly Tuesday evening, I found something. I'd taken to walking a short distance into the woods on the side where the creature had emerged. About 30 yards in, I discovered a game trail I hadn't noticed before. Following it, I came across a section of disturbed earth, a depression about 2 feet long and 8 inches wide. A footprint, larger than any human's, with what looked like claw marks at the end of each toe. I crouched down, heart pounding. It matched the drawing in Everett Simmons' report perfectly. Using my cell phone, I took several photos, then carefully measured the print using a folding ruler I kept in my jacket, 22 inches long, 9 inches across at the widest point. As I stood up, a twig snapped somewhere behind me. I whirled around, suddenly aware of how deep into the woods I'd wandered. The light was fading fast. "Hello?" I called out, feeling foolish immediately. If it was the creature, why would it answer? Nothing responded, but the forest had gone eerily quiet. No birdsong, no squirrels rustling in the underbrush, just silence. I backed away slowly, eyes scanning the trees. That's when I noticed a dark smear on a tree trunk about 6 feet up, too high for a bear to mark. Moving closer, I saw it was a clump of dark hair, snagged on the rough bark. Without thinking, I reached up and pulled it free, stuffing it into my pocket. Then I turned and hurried back toward my truck, fighting the sensation that something was watching me from the deepening shadows. The hair fascinated Tommy. Under his microscope, a Christmas gift from 2 years ago, it looked unlike any animal hair we'd seen before, thicker than human hair, but not quite like bear fur either. "We should send it to a lab," Tommy suggested, eyes bright with excitement. "Get it analyzed." "And say what?" Elaine interrupted from the doorway. I hadn't heard her come upstairs. "That we're tracking Bigfoot." "It's not Bigfoot," I said automatically, though I wasn't sure why I felt so certain. "Then what is it, Marcus?" Elaine demanded. "Because this obsession is starting to affect our family. Jenny's still having nightmares. Tommy talks about nothing else, and you're out in those woods every chance you get." She was right, of course. The creature had taken over our lives in ways I hadn't fully acknowledged. "I just want answers," I said quietly. "And if you get them," she challenged, "then what? You going to capture this thing, mount its head on our wall?" I had no response. What was the end game here? Later that night, as Elaine slept beside me, I carefully placed the hair sample in an envelope and addressed it to a laboratory in Minneapolis that specialized in animal testing. I included a note claiming I was a zoology student researching unidentified wildlife, along with $200 cash, all I could spare. 2 weeks passed with no response from the lab. I'd almost given up when a thick envelope arrived in our mailbox with no return address. Inside was a detailed report, along with a brief handwritten note. Mr. Harper. This is not a joke, prank, or hoax. The sample you submitted contains DNA sequences that do not match any known species in our database. While predominantly primate in structure, there are significant anomalies that would classify this as either an undiscovered species or something else entirely. We've run these tests 3 times to confirm. As a courtesy, we've destroyed all records of this submission. I would suggest extreme caution in how you proceed with this information. Dr. A. Keller. The attached report contained charts, graphs, and technical language I barely understood, but the conclusion was clear. The hair didn't belong to any known animal. That night I showed Elaine the report. Her face went pale as she read it. "What do we do with this?" she whispered. For the first time since our encounter, I didn't have an answer. Over dinner, we decided as a family to keep the information to ourselves, at least for now. If word got out, our lives would never be the same. Reporters, researchers, and curiosity seekers would descend on our quiet corner of Pinewood County. The creature, whatever it was, would be hunted. "But what if it's dangerous?" Jenny asked, pushing her peas around her plate. "It hasn't hurt anyone that we know of," I pointed out. "All these sightings over the years, and not one attack." "Maybe it's just trying to live in peace," Tommy suggested, "like us." Elaine reached over and squeezed my hand. "Maybe we should let it." And so we did. I stopped my evening trips to Crowley's Bend. Tommy put away his books on cryptids. Jenny's nightmares gradually subsided. Life returned to normal, or something close to it. But sometimes, driving home late, I'd slow down at that curve in the road, remembering the sight of that massive figure stepping casually over a 4-foot fence like it was nothing. And I'd wonder where it came from, what it wanted, and if anyone else was watching from the woods, witnessing things they'd never fully understand and could never completely forget. In Pinewood County, some secrets stay buried in the forest, but that doesn't mean they're not still out there, moving in the shadows, just beyond the reach of our headlights. Story 7. The hum of my pickup truck's engine was the only sound breaking the pre-dawn silence as I drove home from another mind-numbing night shift at the Stone Ridge Quarry. It was March 18th, 2001. A date burned into my memory. The dashboard clock read 4:32 a.m. My headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating the worn asphalt of Back Road 16, a route I'd driven hundreds of times. I rolled down the window to let the cold March air keep me alert for the last few miles home. The road curved gently between dense woods and occasional fields. Familiar territory that I could navigate half asleep, which I practically was. The radio only picked up static this far out, so I drove in silence, thinking about nothing more than a hot shower and my waiting bed. Then I saw it. My headlights caught movement on the right shoulder. At first, I thought it was a deer. We get plenty around here. I eased off the gas, a reflex from years of country driving. But as the shape moved into the full beam of my lights, I realized this was no deer. It stepped onto the road, and my brain struggled to process what my eyes were seeing. The thing was tall, at least 6, maybe 7 feet, and covered in what looked like grayish hair or fur. It moved across the road with a stride that covered the entire width in just 2 or 3 steps. Long arms swung at its sides, reaching almost to its knees. I hit the brakes hard. My truck skidded slightly, the tires finding little purchase on the morning dew-slicked pavement. The creature's head turned toward my headlights. For a split second, I caught a glimpse of its face, though the features were obscured by the hair and the harsh contrast of my high beams. Then it was gone. Not running exactly, but moving with a swift, purposeful gait, that carried it across the road, over a 3-foot fence, and into the coastal field beyond. One moment it was illuminated in my headlights, the next it had disappeared into the darkness beyond. I sat there, gripping the steering wheel until my knuckles turned white. My heart pounded in my chest. I wasn't drunk, I wasn't high. I'd worked straight through my shift with nothing stronger than black coffee in my system. After a minute or two, I eased my foot back onto the gas pedal and continued home, checking my rearview mirror every few seconds. The remaining drive passed in a blur. When I pulled into my driveway, I sat in the truck for another 5 minutes, trying to make sense of what I'd seen. That thing wasn't like the Bigfoot I'd seen in those cheesy documentaries or blurry photos. It wasn't particularly bulky or massive, but its height, those unnatural proportions, and especially those long arms, those weren't human, and the way it moved wasn't human either. Sleep didn't come easy that morning. I tossed and turned, replaying the encounter in my mind. I considered calling the local sheriff, but the thought of explaining what I'd seen to Deputy Harland made me think twice. He already thought I was odd for working the night shift at the rock crusher. This would cement my reputation as the town nutcase. The next night at work, I clocked in at 10 p.m. as usual. The rock crusher operation ran 24/7, and the night shift paid $1.50 more per hour. Worth it for a single guy with bills to pay, even if it meant living half nocturnal. I nodded to Dale at the control station and headed to my post at the secondary screening area. For the first couple hours, I kept my mouth shut about what I'd seen. But around our 1 a.m. break, sitting in the cramped break room with Dale and Hank from maintenance, I decided to test the waters. "Either of you guys ever see anything strange on Back Road 16, out by the Wilson property?" I asked, trying to sound casual while popping open my lunchbox. Dale glanced up from his thermos of coffee. "Strange how?" I shrugged. "I don't know. Just something you couldn't explain." Hank, who'd been with the quarry for nearly 30 years, set down his sandwich. "You see something, Mitchell?" The way he asked it, not dismissive but alert, made me decide to just say it. "Yesterday morning, driving home, I saw, well, I don't know what I saw, but it wasn't a person or any animal I recognize." I described the encounter in detail, the height, the greyish hair, though I mentioned it might have just looked that way from the rock dust that covered everything within a mile of the crusher, those unnaturally long arms, and the way it moved across the road in just a couple of strides. I expected laughter. Instead, Dale and Hank exchanged a look that sent a chill down my spine. "You saw it too," I said. It wasn't a question. Hank nodded slowly. "April last year. About a mile from where you're talking about, near the old Crowley place." Dale leaned forward. "Me and my brother Terry saw something last week. Wednesday morning, around 3 a.m. We were coming back from fishing out at Miller's Pond." "What did it look like?" I asked, my sandwich forgotten. "Tall," Dale said, "covered in hair, moved fast. We only caught it for a second in the headlights before it disappeared into the trees." Our supervisor, Frank Jenkins, pushed open the break room door. "You boys talking about the Stone Ridge Walker?" The three of us turned to look at him. Frank was in his 60s, had been with the quarry since it opened in the late 70s. He pulled up a chair and sat down heavily. "That's what my daddy used to call it," Frank continued. "Said he saw it 3 times when he was working the night train on the old limestone route. This was back in the 50s. My mouth felt dry. "So this thing's been around for a while?" Frank nodded. "Longer than that, probably. My granddaddy had a story about it too. Said he was hunting in those woods back in 32 or 33, and he heard it before he saw it." "Heard it?" Hank asked. "A scream," Frank said. He rubbed his stubbled chin. "Said it was like nothing he'd ever heard before or since. Not human, not animal, something in between. Said it made every hair on his body stand up." We sat in silence for a moment, the only sound, the distant rumble of the rock crusher. "I always figured they were just stories," Dale finally said. You know, like the hook man or whatever. Something to scare kids from going into the woods at night. Frank shook his head. Too many people have seen it over the years. Good people, sober people, people with no reason to make up tales. The break room felt smaller suddenly, as if the darkness outside had pressed in around us. What is it? I asked. Some kind of animal we don't know about? Frank shrugged. Whatever it is, it's been here longer than us. And it'll probably be here long after we're gone. The alarm on Hank's watch beeped, signaling the end of our break. As we filed back to our stations, I felt a strange mix of fear and validation. I hadn't imagined it. Others had seen it too, not just now, but for generations. The rest of my shift passed slowly. Every sound from outside the facility made me glance toward the windows, though all I could see was my own reflection against the darkness. By the time 6 a.m. rolled around, I'd convinced myself to drive the long way home, an extra 15 minutes, but it avoided back road 16 entirely. For the next week, I took the long route every morning. But curiosity is a powerful force. The following Monday, I decided to drive my regular route home. Part of me hoped I'd see it again, with my phone camera ready this time. The weather had turned rainy, a constant drizzle that made the road slick and reduced visibility. My wipers squeaked rhythmically as I drove, eyes scanning both sides of the road with an alertness I'd never had before my encounter. When I reached the spot where I'd seen the creature, I slowed to a crawl. Nothing moved in the pre-dawn darkness, except the rain. I continued home without incident, feeling oddly disappointed. The next night at work, Dale approached me at my station. "Jenkins wants to see you in his office," he said. "Said it's about what we talked about last week." Frank's office was little more than a closet with a desk crammed into it, but it offered privacy from the constant noise of the crusher. When I entered, I found him sitting with a man I didn't recognize, mid-50s with a weathered face and the calloused hands of someone who worked outdoors. "Ben, this is Ray Pritchard," Frank said. "He works security over at the Westlake paper mill. Thought you two should talk." Ray nodded at me. "Frank tells me you had a run-in with our local celebrity." I sat in the empty chair. "That's one way to put it. I've been keeping track of sightings for about 15 years now," Ray said. He pulled a folded map from his jacket pocket and spread it on Frank's desk. It was a local topographical map, with red X's marked in various locations. Each mark is a confirmed sighting. Confirmed meaning someone I trust, who wasn't drunk or looking to get their name in the paper. I leaned forward to study the map. The X's formed a rough corridor that followed the ridgeline through the most remote parts of the county. "There's a pattern," I said. Ray nodded. "Most sightings happen between 2 and 5 a.m., almost always by people driving, almost always in areas with minimal human activity." "What about the old Crowley place?" I asked, pointing to where Hank had mentioned seeing it. "Abandoned since '96, Ray said. "The county's been trying to seize it for back taxes, but the paperwork's tied up in court." Frank leaned back in his chair. "Ray's grandfather was the county surveyor back in the day. Tell him what your grandpa found, Ray." Ray's expression grew serious. "In 1947, my grandfather was mapping the ridgeline for a potential highway project that never got built. His team found something unusual in a remote section of the woods, about 4 miles east of here." "What kind of unusual?" I asked. "A structure, not man-made. At least not by any construction method he recognized. A sort of dome made of interwoven branches and vegetation. Inside they found animal remains, bones mostly picked clean, but arranged in patterns." I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the office's poor heating. "Like a nest or a home," Ray said quietly. "My grandfather photographed it, but when they returned with the county sheriff 3 days later, it was gone. Not destroyed, gone, like it had never been there." "Did he ever see the creature?" I asked. Ray nodded. "Twice. The second time was in 1958. while he was fishing at Bannon Creek. He said it watched him from the tree line for nearly 10 minutes before disappearing. What did he think it was? Ray exchanged a look with Frank. He had a theory, said the local Shawnee had stories about the night people who lived in the hills before humans arrived, beings who avoided contact but occasionally took what they needed from human settlements. You're talking about folklore, I said. I'm talking about something that's been seen by dozens of reliable witnesses over at least a century, Ray countered. Including you. I couldn't argue with that. Whatever I'd seen, it was real. There's more, Frank said. Show him the pattern, Ray. Ray pulled out a notebook and flipped it open. I've documented 27 credible sightings in the past 15 years, plotting them against moon phases, weather conditions, and local activities. I noticed something. Sightings increase in the 3 weeks following any major disturbance to its territory. Disturbance? Logging operations, new construction, changes to the landscape. Ray tapped the map where the quarry was located. Your sighting came exactly 17 days after we expanded the East Crushing facility and cleared another 2 acres of woodland. The implication was clear. We were encroaching on its territory, whatever it was. So what do we do with this information? I asked. Frank sighed. Nothing we can do. Tell people to be careful on the back roads at night. They'd think we're crazy. And even if they believed us, what then? A hunt? Traps? Whatever this thing is, it's managed to stay hidden despite decades of human expansion. It's just trying to survive, Ray added, like anything else. I thought about those long arms, that swift, purposeful gait, the way it cleared the fence without breaking stride. There was an intelligence there, a deliberate avoidance of human contact, except when absolutely necessary. I'll keep my eyes open, I said finally, and my camera ready. Ray nodded approvingly. That's all any of us can do, watch and document. Maybe someday we'll have enough evidence to convince others. As I left Frank's office, I felt different than I had when I entered. The fear was still there, but it was tempered now by something else, a sense of responsibility. I'd seen something extraordinary, something that defied conventional explanation, and now I was part of a small group who knew the truth. That night, driving home, I took back road 16 again. The rain had stopped, and a thin fog hugged the ground, weaving between the trees on either side of the road. I drove slowly, windows down despite the chill, listening to the sounds of the pre-dawn world. Just past the Wilson property, I pulled over and turned off my engine. The silence was immediate and complete. I sat there in the dark, headlights off, just watching and listening. After about 15 minutes, an owl hooted somewhere in the distance. A slight breeze rustled the new spring leaves, and then from deep in the woods to my right came a sound that made my skin prickle. Not quite a howl, not quite a scream. Something in between that rose in pitch before abruptly cutting off, just as Frank had described. I didn't start my truck immediately. Instead, I spoke into the darkness, my voice sounding strange, even to my own ears. I know you're out there, I said, and I'm not here to hurt you. Only silence answered me. But as I finally started my truck and pulled back onto the road, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd been heard and understood. Whatever walked the back roads of Stone Ridge had been here long before me, and I suspected it would remain long after I was gone, moving through the shadows where humans rarely looked, surviving despite our encroachment, watching us as we remained largely oblivious to its existence. I drove home slowly, alert to every shadow and movement at the road's edge. The creature didn't show itself again that night, but I knew now that it was real, that I wasn't crazy, and that the darkness beyond our headlights held secrets few of us ever glimpsed. And somehow, that knowledge made the night seem both more dangerous and less frightening all at once. Story 8. My name is Derek Summers, and I don't talk much about what happened in '79. Not because folks wouldn't believe me, though many wouldn't, but because I'm still not sure what to believe myself. The memory sits in my mind like a splinter that won't come out, sharp and persistent after all these years. It was mid-July of 1979, hot as blazes in East Texas. I was 32 then, a geologist heading up a small crew doing seismic testing in the Angelina National Forest. We were a team of 5, me, Billy Thornton, Ray Wilkins, Chuck Davis, and Mike Peterson. The work was straightforward but grueling in that summer heat. We'd drill shallow holes in predetermined locations, set small explosive charges, then measure the resulting vibrations that bounced back from deep underground. Oil companies paid good money for that data. That particular day, July 17th, we'd been working since 6 a.m., trying to beat the worst of the heat. By 3:30 in the afternoon, the temperature had climbed to 98 degrees, and the humidity made it feel like we were working in somebody's mouth. Sweat-soaked and exhausted, we decided to take a break at the edge of a clearing we'd reached. 15 minutes, boys, I announced, dropping my pack beside a fallen log. Drink water. The clearing wasn't large, maybe 70 yards across, but it opened up the dense canopy enough to let some breeze through. Beyond it, the land sloped down into a shallow ravine before rising again into more forest. The area was remote, about 8 miles from the nearest paved road. We'd driven our trucks as far as we could on the old logging trails before hiking the rest of the way in. Ray and Chuck wandered off a bit to smoke, while Mike sat checking the seismic equipment. Billy and I remained at the edge of the clearing, drinking from our canteens and not saying much. The forest had gone unusually quiet, something I noticed but didn't pay much mind to at first. In the summer, there are times when even the insects seem to take a break from their constant chorus. I'd just taken another swig of lukewarm water when I noticed the movement. About 100 yards away, on the opposite side of the clearing where the land began to slope downward, something large emerged from the tree line. At first, my brain registered it as a person. It was standing upright, perfectly balanced on 2 legs. But within a split second, I knew that wasn't right. It was too big, too bulky, and the wrong color, a dark, muddy brown. "What the hell?" I whispered, almost involuntarily. The creature stood there for maybe 2 seconds, completely still except for what seemed to be a slight turn of its head, scanning the area. Then it began to walk, not run, not scramble, but walk deliberately across the open ground toward the ravine. Its gait was smooth but powerful, covering ground quickly despite not appearing to hurry. I fumbled with the pocket of my work shirt, desperate to get to my glasses. By the time I got them on, the thing had already covered 30 feet of open ground. With my vision cleared, I could make out more details, but not many. It was definitely covered in hair or fur, brown like I'd first thought, but with some reddish tints visible in the afternoon sun. The height was hard to judge at that distance, but comparing it to the surrounding vegetation, I'd estimate 7 feet tall, maybe more. As it reached the edge of the ravine, its behavior changed. Without hesitation, it dropped forward onto all fours and descended into the depression with remarkable agility. The transition was fluid, natural, like watching a human drop to hands and knees to navigate steep terrain, except this thing seemed equally comfortable in either position. Within seconds, it disappeared from view. The entire sighting lasted maybe 10 seconds from start to finish, but it branded itself into my memory with perfect clarity, as if I'd watched it in slow motion. I turned to Billy, who was standing beside me, his canteen frozen halfway to his mouth, eyes wide. "Did you see that?" I asked, my voice sounding strange to my own ears. Billy nodded slowly. Yeah, I did." His voice was flat, stunned. "What was it?" I asked, though I wasn't really expecting an answer. "I don't," Billy swallowed hard. "Bear, maybe?" But we both knew it wasn't a bear. Bears were virtually non-existent in East Texas in those days. The last confirmed sighting in the Angelina forest had been years earlier, and even then it had been a fluke, a young male that had wandered far from its normal range. Besides, Bears don't walk upright for that distance with that kind of confident, purposeful stride. "Should we go look?" Billy asked after a moment. I considered it briefly, then shook my head. "No. Whatever it was, it's gone now." But the real reason was simpler. I didn't want to get any closer to whatever we'd just seen. Ray and Chuck returned from their smoke break, and Mike looked up from the equipment. "You boys look like you've seen a ghost," Ray said, his Louisiana drawl more pronounced when he was amused. I hesitated, then decided to tell them. "We saw something across the clearing, big, walking on two legs until it hit the ravine. Not sure what it was." Mike laughed. "Probably just some hunter. People ain't supposed to be in this section, but you know how that goes." I shook my head. "Wasn't a person." "Bear, then," Chuck suggested, echoing Billy's first guess. "Moving like that? On two legs?" Billy countered. "For that distance?" The skepticism in the others' faces was obvious. Ray scratched his beard. "What are you suggesting exactly? Bigfoot?" He laughed, but it sounded forced. I didn't answer. The word had crossed my mind, but I wasn't ready to say it out loud. I'd always considered those stories to be nonsense, the product of overactive imaginations and misidentifications. Yet what I'd just seen didn't fit anything I knew to exist. "Let's get back to work," I said finally. "We've got 4 more holes to drill before sundown." We completed our work in that area with remarkable efficiency, nobody wanting to linger as the shadows lengthened. The normal joking and casual banter that characterized our team was noticeably absent. Twice, I caught Billy staring at the ravine where the creature had disappeared. When we finally packed up for the day, the sun was setting, painting the forest in amber and deep shadow. The hike back to our trucks was tense, with more looking over shoulders than usual. Nobody mentioned what Billy and I had seen again, but I noticed that we all stayed closer together than normal. That night at the motel in Lufkin, I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying those 10 seconds in my mind, examining every detail I could remember. The way it moved, the proportions of its body, the confidence in its stride. I tried drawing what I'd seen in my notebook, but my limited artistic ability failed to capture it accurately. The next morning at breakfast, Billy sat down across from me while the others were still getting food from the buffet. "I've been thinking about yesterday," he said quietly. "Yeah, me too." "It wasn't a bear, Derek." I nodded. "I know. And it wasn't a person in a costume either. Not out there, not moving like that." "I know that too." Billy leaned forward, lowering his voice further. "My granddaddy used to tell stories. He worked timber in these forests back in the 30s. Said there were things in the deep woods that most folks never saw, things that watched the logging camps from the trees. I'd heard similar stories throughout my life. Every rural community seemed to have them. Tales of something wild and unknown, living just beyond the reach of civilization. I'd always dismissed them as folklore, the kind of thing people tell around campfires. But now, I found myself listening with new interest. "You think we should report it?" Billy asked. "To who? The Forest Service, the sheriff, and say what exactly? That we saw something we can't identify walking through the woods?" I shook my head. They'd think we were drunk or hallucinating from the heat. Billy nodded reluctantly. "Probably right. Still feels wrong not to tell somebody." "Let's just keep it between us for now," I suggested. "At least until we figure out what to make of it ourselves." We agreed, and when the others joined us, the conversation shifted to the day's work ahead. But I noticed Ray studying us carefully, as if he sensed we'd been discussing something important without him. For the next 3 days, we continued our work in different sections of the forest, gradually moving away from the area where we'd had the sighting. I found myself constantly scanning the tree line, jumping at unexpected sounds. The others noticed my heightened alertness, but attributed it to concerns about snakes or wild hogs, both legitimate hazards in the East Texas woods. On the fourth day after the sighting, we were working about 2 miles southeast of the original location. The terrain was similar, mixed pine and hardwood forest with occasional clearings and small drainages. Around noon, as Ray and I were setting up the drilling equipment, he suddenly stopped and cocked his head. "You hear that?" he asked. I listened. At first I heard nothing unusual, just the background sounds of the forest. Then I caught it, a rhythmic thumping coming from the ridge to our east. It wasn't loud, but it was distinct, like something heavy moving quickly through the underbrush. "Probably deer," I said, but I didn't believe it. The sound was too heavy, too deliberate. Ray shook his head. "Too big for deer." He reached into his pack and pulled out a revolver I hadn't known he was carrying. "Whoa, what are you doing?" I asked, surprised by the weapon's appearance. "Just being careful," Ray replied, keeping his voice low. "This is wild country." The sound continued for perhaps 15 seconds, then stopped abruptly. We remained frozen, listening. After a minute of silence, Ray slowly lowered the gun, but didn't put it away. "You know," he said finally, "my cousin works for the wildlife department. Says they get reports all the time that never make it to the papers. Strange things in these woods. Most get filed away and forgotten." I looked at him sharply. "What kind of strange things?" Ray shrugged. "Animals that don't match known species, tracks that can't be identified, things like that." He paused, then added, "He told me once they found a deer carcass hauled 20 feet up into a tree. Nothing they know of in these parts could do that." I thought about asking if he'd seen what Billy and I had witnessed, but something held me back. Instead, I just nodded and suggested we get back to work. The incident put everyone on edge, and we finished early that day, citing equipment problems as an excuse to head back to town. That night in my motel room, I started researching. The motel owner had a small collection of books about East Texas in the lobby, and I borrowed one titled Folklore and Legends of the Piney Woods. Alone in my room, I read accounts dating back to the early 1800s, stories from settlers, loggers, and hunters describing encounters with wild men or wood apes in the forests of East Texas and western Louisiana. One account from 1887 described a creature matching almost exactly what I'd seen, bipedal, covered in reddish-brown hair, able to shift to all fours when necessary. The witness, a surveyor working near what would later become the Angelina National Forest, reported watching the creature for nearly a minute before it disappeared into dense vegetation. I was still reading when someone knocked on my door around 10 p.m. It was Billy, looking troubled. "Can't sleep," he explained as I let him in. "Keep thinking I hear things outside my window." I showed him the book and the accounts I'd been reading. He skimmed them silently, his expression growing increasingly somber. "So you think that's what we saw? Some kind of... what? Sasquatch?" I shrugged. "I don't know what to think, Billy. I just know what I saw. And it wasn't anything that's supposed to exist in these woods." Billy sat heavily on the edge of the bed. "I've been working these forests for 12 years, Derek. Never seen anything like that before. Why now? Why us?" I had no answer for him. We talked for another hour, comparing details of what we'd witnessed, trying to find some rational explanation. By the time Billy left, we were no closer to understanding, but sharing the experience somehow made it easier to bear. The next day, our final day of fieldwork, passed without incident. We completed our drilling and data collection by mid-afternoon and began the long drive back to Houston, where our company was based. As we passed through the small towns that dotted Highway 59, I found myself looking at the dense forests that stretched away from the road with new eyes, wondering what secrets they concealed. Back in Houston, I filed my report on the seismic testing, making no mention of what we'd seen. The data we'd collected would help oil companies decide where to drill, and life would go on as if nothing unusual had happened. But I couldn't let it go that easily. Over the next few months, I began researching in earnest. I visited libraries, spoke with wildlife biologists, even tracked down some of the old-timers who'd worked in the East Texas forests decades earlier. Most of the scientists dismissed my carefully worded questions about unidentified wildlife. The old loggers and hunters were different. They listened without judgment and sometimes shared their own strange experiences. One elderly man named Harlan Jenkins, who'd worked timber in the Angelina Forest from 1945 to 1972, told me something I'll never forget. "Those woods got places where folks ain't welcome," he said, his gnarled hands wrapped around a coffee mug in his small Lufkin home. "Areas where the animals go quiet and the air feels different. The old-timers, they knew to stay clear of those spots, called them the dark corners, said that's where the wood people lived." "Did you ever see anything?" I asked him. Harlan was quiet for a long time before answering. "Once, winter of '58, found tracks in the snow that started as four-legged prints, then shifted to two legs. Followed them for nearly a mile before they disappeared at a creek. Whatever made those prints was big, stride longer than anything human could manage." "What do you think they are?" I asked. He shrugged. "Don't rightly know. Don't think it matters much either. They've been there longer than us, and they'll be there after we're gone. They just want to be left alone, best I can tell." I've thought about Harlan's words many times in the years since. I never returned to that specific spot in the Angelina Forest, though my work occasionally took me to other parts of it. I never saw the creature again, but sometimes, working in remote areas, I'd feel a prickle on the back of my neck, a sensation of being watched that would have me scanning the tree line despite myself. Billy Thornton and I stayed in touch for several years after the incident. He eventually left the company to work for the Forest Service, saying he wanted to spend more time in the woods. Last I heard, he was still working as a ranger in East Texas. We don't talk about what we saw anymore, but I know it changed him as much as it changed me. 44 years have passed since that hot July afternoon. I'm retired now, living in a small house outside Austin. Most days, I can go about my business without thinking about what happened in 1979. But sometimes, especially when I'm walking in wooded areas at dusk, the memory returns with perfect clarity. Those 10 seconds when I glimpsed something that shouldn't exist. I see it stepping from the tree line, walking confidently on two legs, then dropping to all fours with that fluid, practiced motion. I see it disappearing into the ravine, leaving no trace except in the memories of two men who never quite found the right words to describe what they'd witnessed. I still don't know what to call what we saw that day. Bigfoot, Sasquatch, wood ape. The names seem inadequate, almost trivializing. What I do know is that the world is larger and more mysterious than our carefully ordered scientific classifications allow for. There are things in the wild places that defy easy categorization, that slip through the cracks of our understanding. And sometimes, if you're very lucky or perhaps very unlucky, you might catch a glimpse of them, moving through the woods on the edge of perception. A reminder that not everything has been discovered, catalogued, and explained. Story 9. I never should have parked on that dirt road. The night had seemed perfect. Clear skies, full moon beaming down like a spotlight, just enough warmth in the May air to keep the windows down. Sophia had been excited about getting away from her parents' watchful eyes for a few hours. We'd found that little turn-off where the old logging road cuts through the pine forest bordering Cedarwood Heights. Private enough that we could talk without interruption, but close enough to civilization that it didn't feel dangerous. At least, that's what I thought. "Your dad still giving you grief about community college?" Sophia asked, twirling a strand of blonde hair around her finger. "Every damn day. Jason, you're wasting your potential. Jason, Your cousins are all at state universities. I drummed my fingers against the steering wheel of my 2008 Civic. I'm not going into debt just to make him happy. Sophia reached over and squeezed my hand. The moonlight caught her face just right, highlighting her cheekbones. We'd been dating since junior year of high school, and I still couldn't believe how lucky I was. At least your parents care, she said. Mine are too busy fighting each other to... She stopped mid-sentence. Her eyes widened slightly and her hand tensed in mine. What? I asked. She shook her head. Nothing. Just felt weird for a second. I knew exactly what she meant. A cold sensation had crept up my spine, like someone had pressed an ice cube against my back. The air in the car suddenly felt heavy. You feel that? I whispered. Sophia nodded, her eyes darting around. Like we're being watched, I finished. The dirt road gleamed white in the moonlight. Beyond it, the pine trees stood like silent sentinels, their shadows stretching toward us. No cars had passed in the 20 minutes we'd been parked. No houses visible through the thick tree line. Just us and the night. And something else. I turned my head toward my driver's side window, and there it was. Not 3 yards away, kneeling down to peer directly into my car was something massive, something that shouldn't exist. Its face was dark, almost black in the moonlight, covered in thick matted hair. But what struck me most were its eyes, pale yellow orbs that seemed to glow from within, not reflected light. The moon was behind it. These eyes generated their own sickly illumination. Time slowed as my brain struggled to process what I was seeing. The creature's shoulders were impossibly broad, at least twice the width of mine. I couldn't see where its head ended and its body began. There was no neck, just a smooth transition from face to torso, as if its head had been pushed down between its shoulders. It was crouched on one knee, but even hunched over like that, it matched the height of my car. 7 feet tall at minimum, if it stood upright. Maybe 8. I blinked, certain my eyes were playing tricks on me. But when I refocused, it was still there, watching, unmoving, its yellow eyes fixed on mine, with an intelligence that sent ice through my veins. I turned to Sophia, desperate for confirmation that I hadn't lost my mind. Her face had drained of all color, her mouth hanging open in silent horror as she stared past me at the thing outside my window. Then the silence broke. Sophia's scream pierced the quiet night, high-pitched and primal. The sound jolted me into action. I fumbled with my keys, nearly dropping them before jamming them into the ignition. The engine roared to life, and I slammed the car into reverse, tires spinning in the dirt as we shot backward. "Go, Jason, go!" Sophia shrieked, pressing herself against the passenger door as far from my window as possible. I yanked the wheel, executing a wild 3-point turn, then floored it down the dirt road. Dust billowed behind us as I pushed the Civic faster than it had any right to go on that uneven surface. What was that? What the fuck was that? Sophia was hyperventilating, her words coming in desperate gasps. "I don't know," I shouted back, checking my rearview mirror every 2 seconds. The road behind us remained empty, but that did nothing to calm my racing heart. "Did you see its eyes? Jesus Christ, did you see them?" "It was looking right at us," she sobbed. "Right at us, Jason." I reached over and grabbed her hand. It was ice cold and trembling violently. "We're okay. We're getting out of here." I didn't slow down until we hit pavement, the tires thumping as we transitioned from dirt to asphalt. The streetlights of Cedarwood Heights had never looked so welcoming. I navigated the winding suburban streets on autopilot, heading straight for Sophia's house. When I pulled into her driveway, she didn't move. She just sat there, staring straight ahead, her knuckles white as she clutched her seatbelt. "Sophia," I said gently, "we're at your house. You're safe." She turned to me, her eyes still wide with fear. "What if it follows us here?" The thought hadn't occurred to me, and it sent a fresh wave of panic through my chest. It won't. It was back in the woods, miles away now. You don't know that. Her voice cracked. You don't know what it is or what it wants. I didn't have an answer for that. What I'd seen defied explanation. It wasn't a bear. It wasn't a man. It was something else entirely. I'll walk you to the door, I said, and I'll call you when I get home, okay? She nodded weakly. I got out and came around to her side, opening her door. She practically fell into my arms, her legs shaky beneath her. I held her tight as we walked to her front porch. The motion sensor light clicked on, bathing us in artificial brightness that felt flimsy against the darkness beyond. Don't tell anyone, she whispered against my chest. They'll think we're crazy. I won't, I promised, though my mind was already racing ahead. I needed to go back, needed to know if what we'd seen was real or some shared hallucination. After making sure Sophia was safely inside, I called my buddy Derek. 20 minutes later, I had a car full of friends. Derek, Mike, Tyler, and Sam, all buzzed on adrenaline and cheap beer, eager for a late-night adventure. So what exactly are we looking for? Mike asked from the back seat as we approached the turnoff to the dirt road. I told you, man. Some kind of animal, big as hell, scared the shit out of me and Sophia. Bear, probably, Sam offered. They've been spotted closer to town lately. I shook my head. It wasn't a bear. Cougar, then, Tyler suggested. No. I gripped the steering wheel tighter. Just, you'll know it if you see it. I turned onto the dirt road, my headlights cutting a narrow path through the darkness. We drove slower this time, all 5 of us scanning the tree line on either side. This is where it happened, I said, pulling over at the spot where Sophia and I had parked earlier. I killed the engine but left the headlights on, illuminating the road ahead. We sat in silence for a moment. Then Derek opened his door. Well, let's take a look around. The others followed him out. I hesitated, my hand on the door handle. The memory of those yellow eyes was still fresh, still raw, but I couldn't sit in the car while my friends searched. I had to know. Outside, the night air felt different, charged somehow. The full moon still hung overhead, casting everything in that same silver-white glow. In the distance, dogs were barking, the sound echoing through the trees. Hear that? Tyler said, pointing off toward the subdivision. Dogs going crazy. Probably smelled the same thing you guys saw, Derek reasoned, shining his flashlight into the woods. We spread out along the road, careful not to go too deep into the trees. The barking continued, joined now by another sound, the metallic clanging of cattle gates from the Henderson farm about a half-mile away. Animals are spooked tonight, Sam observed. We searched for nearly an hour, finding nothing but empty woods and rustling leaves. No tracks, no signs, no glimpses of yellow eyes in the darkness. My friends grew bored, then skeptical. Maybe it was just some homeless dude, Mike suggested as we piled back into my car. Or you two were seeing things, all caught up in the moment. I knew what he was implying, and under normal circumstances I might have laughed it off. But not tonight. It wasn't a person, I insisted, and we weren't distracted. Whatever you say, man, Mike replied, but I could hear the disbelief in his voice. By the time I dropped everyone off and made it home, it was past 2 a.m. I called Sophia as promised, but the conversation was brief and strained. She didn't want to talk about what we'd seen, didn't want to think about it. I couldn't blame her. Sleep didn't come easy that night. Every creak of the house, every rustle outside my window had me bolt upright, searching the darkness for yellow eyes. The next morning, I texted Derek. He agreed to come with me for one more look in the daylight. Truth was, I didn't want to go alone, but I couldn't let it go either. I needed proof, for myself as much as anyone else. We arrived at the dirt road around 4 in the afternoon. The place looked different in daylight. Less menacing, more ordinary. Just a dusty road, cutting through a pine forest, used mainly by logging trucks and teenagers looking for privacy. "What exactly are we looking for?" Derek asked as we got out of the car. "Tracks, hair, anything," I replied, already scanning the ground. The dirt road itself was packed too hard to show clear prints, but along the edges where we'd seen the creature, the forest floor was covered in pine needles and softer soil. We moved carefully through the underbrush, searching. "Hey, Jason," Derek called after a few minutes. "Look at this." I joined him at the edge of the tree line. There, in a patch of disturbed pine straw, was a clear indication that something large had moved through. The ground cover had been displaced in a way that seemed deliberate, not scattered by wind or rain, but pushed aside in a rough semicircle about 6 feet wide. "Could be anything," Derek said, though I could hear uncertainty in his voice. "Deer bed down sometimes." "That's not from a deer," I countered. "Look at the size of it." We continued our search, finding 2 more areas of disturbed vegetation, each progressively deeper into the woods. The third spot contained something else, a tuft of dark, coarse hair caught on a low-hanging pine branch. "Dog hair, maybe?" Derek suggested, though he didn't sound convinced. I plucked it from the branch and held it up to the sunlight. It was thick and wiry, almost like horsehair, but darker and with an oily sheen to it. I slipped it into my pocket without comment. The sun was starting to sink lower in the sky, casting long shadows through the trees. "We should head back," I said, suddenly aware of how far we'd wandered from the road. "It'll be dark soon." That's when I felt it again, that same cold, creeping sensation from the night before. The feeling of being watched. I froze mid-step, my breath catching in my throat. Slowly I turned my head, scanning the trees behind us, and there it was. About 50 yards back, partially hidden between 2 tall pines, stood a massive dark silhouette. It was still, perfectly still, its outline blending with the shadows of the forest. But I could make out its shape, the broad shoulders, the absence of a neck, the immense height that dwarfed the surrounding underbrush. "Derek," I whispered, not taking my eyes off the figure, "don't make any sudden moves. Look over there, between those 2 big pines." Derek turned slowly, squinting into the distance. "I don't see anything." "It's right there," I insisted, my voice tight with fear, standing completely still. Derek took a step to the side, trying to get a better angle. To my horror, the silhouette mimicked his movement, shifting sideways behind the tree. "Holy shit," Derek hissed. "It moved. I saw it move." Then the shape stepped forward, just enough to emerge from the deepest shadows. Even at this distance, I could see those eyes, 2 pale yellow orbs floating in its dark face. Derek saw them too. "Run," he said quietly. Then louder, "Run!" We bolted, crashing through the underbrush, branches whipping at our faces as we sprinted toward the road. I didn't look back, didn't need to. I could feel it behind us, moving through the forest with a speed that defied its size. We burst onto the dirt road, gasping for breath, and scrambled into my car. I fumbled with the keys, dropping them once before managing to start the engine. The tires spun in the dirt as we took off, just like the night before. "Did it follow us to the road?" I asked, my voice shaking as badly as my hands on the steering wheel. Derek twisted in his seat, looking out the back window. "I don't see it. But Jesus Christ, Jason, what the fuck was that thing?" "I don't know," I admitted. "But now you believe me, right?" He nodded, his face pale. "Nobody's going to believe this shit, though." He was right about that. By Monday morning, rumors had already spread through our old high school social circles. Apparently, Sophia had told her sister, who told her friends. Versions of the story ranged from us seeing a bear to a made-up tale to cover the fact that Sophia's parents had caught us together. I stopped trying to explain it to people after a while. The few times I did tell the whole truth, I was met with skepticism at best, ridicule at worst. Even my closest friends, except for Derek, treated it like some kind of joke or exaggeration. The hair I'd found disappeared from my pocket that night. I'd placed it on my desk, intending to look at it more closely the next day, but it was gone by morning. Whether my mom had cleaned it up or something else had happened, I never knew. Sophia broke up with me a week later. She couldn't handle the memories, she said, couldn't look at me without thinking about those yellow eyes staring into the car. I understood, even though it hurt. Derek and I never went back to that spot again, never even drove down that road. But sometimes, on clear nights when the moon is full, I find myself checking my rearview mirror more often than usual. And when I'm home, I make sure my bedroom curtains are tightly closed. Because I know what's out there in the woods of Cedarwood Heights. I know it's real. I know it watches. And sometimes, when the dogs in my neighborhood start barking at nothing in the middle of the night, I wonder if those yellow eyes are peering in from the darkness, looking for me. I wonder if someday it will find me again. Story 10. That August morning in '94 still gnaws at me. The heat was already building as Victor and I drove back from Laredo. Morning patrol shifts were usually quiet, just heat, dust, and the occasional illegal crossing to break the monotony. Victor was half asleep in the passenger seat, his border patrol hat tilted over his eyes. I kept my attention on Highway 131, the sun still low enough to cast long shadows across the cracked asphalt. "Miguel, you see that?" Victor suddenly sat up straight, pointing ahead. About 300 yards up the road, something large moved across the highway. My first thought was a bear, a big one. It crossed in 4 or 5 strides, moving from the scrubland on the left into the denser brush on the right. "Yeah, I see it. Bear, you think?" I slowed the patrol vehicle. Victor frowned. "Looks like it. Big son of a bitch, though." The creature disappeared into the vegetation before I could get a better look. Its movement struck me as odd. Not exactly like a bear, but what else could be that size out here? We weren't far from the Mexican border in Kinney County, one of the most sparsely populated areas in Texas. This wasn't bear country. Not anymore. I accelerated slightly to reach the spot where it had crossed. The road was empty except for our vehicle, the morning still and quiet except for the hum of our engine and the occasional bird call. "Let's check it out," I said, pulling over to the shoulder. Victor gave me a look. "Seriously? It's probably long gone." "Just for a minute. When's the last time you saw a bear in Kinney County?" We stepped out into the morning heat. The air was already thick, promising another scorcher. Our boots crunched on the gravel shoulder as we walked to where the animal had crossed. There were no tracks on the hard-packed dirt at the roadside, no clear trail into the brush. "Nothing here," Victor muttered, looking anxious to get back to the air-conditioned vehicle. "Hold up," I said, moving toward the fence that ran alongside the highway. It was standard barbed wire, about 4.5 feet high with 3 strands. Something caught my eye, a tuft of coarse, dark hair snagged on the top wire. "Look at this," I called to Victor. He ambled over, scratching his neck. "Hair?" he asked, squinting at the fence. "Yeah." I didn't touch it, just leaned in close. The hair was thick, dark brown, almost black, with a reddish tint in the morning light. Too coarse for cattle, too long for deer. Victor frowned. "How'd a bear get over this fence without tearing it up?" That was exactly what bothered me. The fence was intact, no bent posts, no stretched wire. Whatever crossed here had cleared the fence without touching it, except for that small tuft of hair. I looked at the height again, 4.5 feet, maybe a bit more. A black bear could jump it, sure, but it would have likely damaged the fence in the process. "Been a long time since there were bears around here," I said, mostly to myself. Victor checked his watch. "We should get going. Shift's almost over." I nodded, but something kept me looking at that fence, at the barbed wire with its small prize. I reached into my pocket for an evidence bag, force of habit, and carefully collected the hair sample. "What are you doing that for?" Victor asked. "Just curious," I replied, sealing the bag and tucking it into my shirt pocket. The drive back to the station was quiet. Victor dozed off again, but I couldn't shake the image of that large, dark shape moving with surprising speed across the highway. It had been too far away to make out details, but something about its gait, its size, didn't sit right with me. Back at headquarters, I found my father in his office. As a supervisor with 25 years on the Border Patrol, I figured he might have some insight. I knocked on his open door. "Miguel, how was Laredo?" he asked, not looking up from his paperwork. "Quiet," I replied, then hesitated. "We saw something strange on the way back." "Strange how?" He still didn't look up. "Big animal crossed the road ahead of us. Thought it was a bear at first." Now he glanced up, eyebrows raised. "A bear? Out by Highway 131? That's what I thought was weird. Haven't been bears in Kinney County for years, right? And this thing cleared a barbed wire fence without damaging it. Left some hair, though." I pulled out the evidence bag. My father barely glanced at it. "Probably just a bear from the mountains," he said, returning to his paperwork. "The mountains? Dad, the nearest mountains that could have bears are at least 100 miles away." "Animals travel, Miguel. Drought pushes them farther for food and water." His tone made it clear the conversation was over. "Don't worry about it." I wanted to argue, but something in his dismissal struck me as odd. It wasn't like him to brush off potential wildlife sightings. Rangers like to know about predators moving into populated areas, but I let it go. Victor never mentioned it again, and the hair sample eventually got lost in my locker clean-out when I transferred to another station 6 months later. Years passed. I stayed with Border Patrol, moved around Texas a bit, but that morning in Kinney County would occasionally resurface in my memory. The large, dark figure, the way it moved, not lumbering like a bear, but smooth, purposeful. The height of that fence and the hair on the wire. It wasn't until January 2005, more than 10 years later, that things started connecting. I was back in Kinney County temporarily, helping with a training exercise for new recruits. During lunch, an older officer named Jenkins was telling stories about the area. "That's why they keep Kickapoo Caverns closed off," he was saying. "Too dangerous, they claim." "Kickapoo Caverns?" I asked. "Where's that?" Jenkins pointed vaguely west. "About 15 miles that way. Huge cave system. Been sealed off from the public for decades. Government land now." That night in my motel room, I pulled out my laptop and searched for information on Kickapoo Caverns. There wasn't much, just mentions in geological surveys and a few old news articles about its closure in the 1970s due to safety concerns. What caught my attention were the topographical maps of Kinney County. The area around the caverns was a maze of dome mountains, hills, and plateaus. Perfect terrain for something to remain hidden. I spent hours that night researching. Kinney County covered over 1,300 square miles, with fewer than 4,000 residents. Most of the land was ranch property or uninhabited wilderness. The Mexican border formed its southern edge, with the Rio Grande creating a natural boundary. It was exactly the kind of place where something could exist undetected. The next morning, I drove out to where Victor and I had stopped that day in '94. The highway looked the same, empty, stretching through scrubland. The fence was still there, though more weathered. I pulled over at approximately the same spot and got out. The morning was cool, the winter sun pale in the sky. I walked to the fence and stared across the landscape. Low hills rose in the distance, covered in mesquite and cacti. Something large could easily move through this terrain without being spotted, especially if it stayed away from roads and ranches. Later that week, I found myself in a diner in Brackettville, the county seat. An old ranch hand named Earl was talking about strange cattle mutilations on his employer's property. "Third calf this month," he was saying to the waitress. "Found it with its insides all torn out. No tracks, nothing. Owner thinks it's coyotes. but I never seen coyotes do damage like that. I slid into the booth across from him. Mind if I ask where these attacks are happening? Earl eyed me suspiciously. Who's asking? Miguel Rodriguez, Border Patrol. I showed him my badge. Just curious. He relaxed slightly. Happening out by the West Range, near them hills that back up to the old cave system. Why? You folks think it's people coming across doing this? Just gathering information, I said casually. Heard any strange sounds out there? Seen anything unusual? Earl looked around the diner, then leaned forward. You want unusual? Couple nights ago, heard something outside the bunkhouse. Thought it was a cow at first, but no cow makes noises like that. Like a deep growl, but then almost like words, you know, garbled like. Did you see anything? Nah, was too dark. But whatever it was big. Knocked over a metal feed trough like it was nothing. He sipped his coffee. You ask me, there's something out in them hills ain't natural. I thanked him and left, my mind racing. Over the next few days, I collected more stories, always carefully, always as if it was just casual conversation. A hunter who found enormous, human-like footprints by a creek bed. A teenage couple who claimed something large and hairy watched them from the trees while they were parked at a lookout point. A rancher's wife who stopped driving at night after something tall and dark stepped onto the road in front of her truck. None of these people used the word Sasquatch or Bigfoot. In rural Texas, especially among the older Mexican-American communities, you talked about El Hombre del Monte, the man of the mountain, if you talked about it at all. Mostly, people didn't talk about these experiences. As one old-timer told me, you talk about it out there and people think you're nuts. I became obsessed with the topography of Kinney County. The area had natural springs, caves, dense brush in parts. Game was plentiful. Deer, wild boar, small mammals. A large, intelligent creature could survive here, especially if it stayed mobile and avoided human contact. One evening, about a week before I was scheduled to leave, I drove out to a remote area near where those cattle attacks had happened. I parked my truck on an old ranch road and hiked about a mile to a rocky outcropping that overlooked a small valley. The sun was setting, painting the landscape in deep oranges and reds. I settled in with binoculars and waited. Night fell gradually. Stars appeared in the clear sky and a 3/4 moon rose, providing enough light to see the valley below. Hours passed. Nothing moved except the occasional rabbit or coyote. Around midnight, I was about to pack up when I heard it, a sound unlike anything I'd encountered before. A low, rumbling call that echoed across the valley. Not a coyote, not a cow, not any wildlife native to Texas that I knew of. I raised my binoculars, scanning the tree line at the valley's edge. For a brief moment, I thought I saw movement. Something large, moving between two stands of mesquite. Then nothing. The sound came again, this time from farther away, as if whatever made it was moving rapidly across the terrain. I stayed until dawn, but heard and saw nothing more. As I hiked back to my truck, exhausted and stiff, I found something that stopped me cold. There, in a patch of soft earth near a dry creek bed, was a footprint, large, at least 16 inches long, with 5 distinct toes. The impression was deep, suggesting considerable weight. I took photos with my cell phone and made a rough cast using an empty plastic container and some quick-set plaster I kept in my emergency kit, a trick I'd learned from a forensics officer. When the plaster dried, I carefully extracted the cast and wrapped it in my jacket. The impression was clear, a huge humanoid foot, but not human. The proportions were different, the ball of the foot wider, the toes more spread out. I told no one about what I'd found. Not then. I kept the cast hidden in my luggage and transferred it to a secure storage box when I returned home. The photos I stored on a separate hard drive, not trusting them to cloud storage. Over the next few years, I made several trips back to Kinney County on my own time. I never saw the creature again, never got another footprint, but I collected stories, mapped sightings, and studied the terrain. I became convinced that what Victor and I had seen that August morning in 1994 was a Sasquatch, a living, breathing creature that science hasn't acknowledged. The hair sample we found was real evidence. The ease with which it cleared that fence, a fence too tall for most wildlife, makes sense if you consider the reported height of these creatures. The remote, difficult terrain of Kinney County, with its cave systems and varied elevations, provides perfect habitat. The low human population means minimal contact. I've never told this story publicly before. In my profession, credibility is everything, but I know what I saw crossing that highway. I know what Earl heard outside his bunkhouse. I know what the rancher's wife saw on the road, and I have a plaster cast of a footprint that doesn't match any known animal in North America. Kinney County keeps its secrets well. The vast, untamed landscape swallows evidence and muffles strange calls in the night. But something is out there, moving through the brush, clearing fences, watching from the darkness. Something that leaves hair on barbed wire and footprints by dry creek beds. Something that most people will never see, or if they do, will never speak of. I still drive that stretch of Highway 131 sometimes, always slowing near the spot where it happened. Always watching the fence line and the scrubland beyond. Always hoping for one more glimpse of the thing that crossed the road that August morning in 1994. Story 11. My knuckles went white on the steering wheel as I crossed the railroad tracks, doing my usual glance each way. The routine safety check I'd done 1,000 times before. It was October 9th, just a normal Wednesday afternoon. Mason was babbling in his car seat behind me, playing with his dinosaur toy. I had Mom on the Bluetooth, chatting about weekend plans. "So I was thinking you guys could come over on Sunday instead," Mom was saying when I saw it. The words died in my throat. There to my right, not even 100 yards away, something was moving from the railroad tracks toward the tree line. Something huge, something impossible. "Rachel, you there?" Mom's voice seemed to come from very far away. It walked on two legs. That's what my brain registered first. 2 legs, but wrong. Too tall, way too tall. Dark fur covered its body, like those old creosote telephone poles, that deep brownish black. Long arms swung at its sides, hanging down past where knees should be. "There's a Bigfoot on the tracks." The words burst out of me before I could stop them. "Oh my God, I see a Bigfoot." I floored the gas pedal, my Subaru lurching forward as we cleared the tracks. My heart hammered against my ribs so hard, it hurt. "What? Rachel, what are you talking about?" Mom's voice crackled through the speakers. "Mommy?" Mason's tiny voice from the back seat sounded scared. "It's okay, baby," I managed, my voice shaking. "Mommy just saw something weird." But it wasn't weird. It was impossible. It was a nightmare standing in broad daylight. "Rachel, you're scaring me," Mom said. "What's going on?" "I saw something," I stammered, checking my rearview mirror obsessively. "By the railroad tracks, a figure, tall, too tall, covered in dark fur, moving on 2 legs toward the trees." "You mean like a bear?" Mom asked. "No, not a bear. It was walking upright like a man, but huge, 7, maybe 8 feet tall." My voice cracked. "Mom, I swear to God, I just saw a Bigfoot." "Are you sure it wasn't just a person? Maybe a hunter in dark clothes?" "This wasn't human," I said, my voice dropping to a whisper as Mason listened from the back seat. "No human moves like that." I drove the remaining 2 miles home in a daze, barely registering Mom's concerned questions. When I pulled into our driveway, my hands were still trembling. I fumbled with my seatbelt, then got out and mechanically unbuckled Mason from his car seat. "Why are you scared, Mommy?" Mason asked, his little face pinched with worry. "I'm not scared, buddy," I lied, forcing a smile. "Let's go inside. Daddy should be home soon." The next few hours passed in a blur. I went through the motions of our afternoon routine: snack for Mason, cartoon time, starting dinner. But my mind kept replaying those few seconds over and over, the fluid motion, the impossible height, the dark fur catching the late afternoon sunlight. When I heard Derek's truck in the driveway at 6:30, I nearly ran to the door. "Whoa!" he said as I pulled him inside before he could even set down his lunchbox. "What's going on?" "I saw something today," I said, keeping my voice low so Mason wouldn't hear from the living room where Paw Patrol played on the TV. "On my way home, by the railroad tracks." Derek's face changed as I described what I'd seen. At first, there was that humoring smile, the one husbands give wives when they think they're being dramatic. Then confusion, then concern, not about what I'd seen, but about me. "Rachel," he said gently, "you know what you're describing, right?" "I know exactly what I'm describing," I snapped. "I'm not crazy, Derek. I saw it, in broad daylight, less than 100 yards away." "I didn't say you were crazy." He set his hands on my shoulders. "But you gotta admit, it sounds... I know how it sounds, but I know what I saw." That night I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that figure moving toward the trees, its unnatural gait, the way its arms swung. I kept thinking about how close I'd been to it, how close Mason had been. By morning, I knew what I had to do. "I'm going back," I told Derek over breakfast. He looked up from his coffee. "Back where?" "To the tracks. I need to see if there's any evidence, footprints, something." Derek sighed. "Rachel, don't Rachel me. I'm not asking for permission. I'm telling you what I'm doing. After I drop Mason at preschool, I'm going back to the tracks." He studied my face for a moment, then nodded. "Okay, but take your phone, and call me when you get there and when you leave." The morning moved too slowly. I felt jittery driving Mason to preschool, scanning the trees along the road, jumping at every shadow. After I dropped him off, I headed straight for the railroad crossing. In daylight, without Mason in the car, everything looked different. Normal. The crossing was just a quiet intersection of country road and railroad tracks, surrounded by fields and distant tree lines. I parked on the gravel shoulder, got out, and stood there for a moment, just listening. Birds. The distant hum of a tractor in someone's field, nothing else. I started walking along the tracks in the direction where I'd seen the figure. The gravel crunched under my boots. Railroad ties stretched ahead in perfect parallel lines. Everything was so ordinary, it made me question myself for a moment. Had I really seen what I thought I saw? Could it have been a hunter? Someone in bulky clothes? A bear that somehow looked upright from my angle? No. I knew what I'd seen. After walking about 100 yards, I stopped and looked toward the tree line. This was approximately where the creature had been. The distance from the tracks to the trees was maybe 200 feet of open field. If something had crossed here yesterday, there should be some sign. I stepped carefully off the railroad bed and into the field. The grass was about ankle high, still slightly damp with morning dew. I walked in a zigzag pattern, scanning the ground for any disturbance, broken grass, stems, depressions, footprints, nothing. I reached the edge of the tree line and peered into the shadows between the trunks. Pine needles carpeted the ground, with patches of moss and ferns. I took a few steps in, my eyes adjusting to the dimmer light. "Hello?" I called out, feeling immediately foolish. What was I expecting? That Bigfoot would answer? The forest responded with silence. I walked deeper in, scanning the ground for any sign of passage. The pine needle carpet showed no obvious tracks or disturbances. I looked for broken branches, hair caught on bark, anything. For nearly an hour I searched the area where the creature would have entered the forest. I found nothing conclusive. A few broken branches that could have been caused by anything, some depressions in the softer ground that might have been footprints of something large, but were too indistinct to be sure. As I turned to head back to my car, a chill ran down my spine. The feeling of being watched washed over me, so strong and sudden that I froze in place. I scanned the trees slowly, heart pounding in my chest. Nothing moved, no sound except a blue jay calling somewhere deeper in the forest. But the feeling remained, eyes on me from somewhere in the shadows. I walked back to my car faster than I'd admit to Derek later. By the time I reached the railroad tracks, I was nearly jogging. Only when I got to my car and locked myself inside did I feel the tension release from my shoulders. I called Derek as promised. "Find anything?" he asked. "Nothing definite," I said, starting the engine. "But Derek, there's something out there." I felt it watching me. I could practically hear him frowning. "Maybe you shouldn't go back there alone." "I won't," I promised, though even as I said it, I knew it was a lie. Over the next few days, I couldn't stop thinking about what I'd seen. I found myself searching online, reading accounts of similar sightings in our area. There weren't many, but they existed. A truck driver in 2018 who claimed to have seen something cross the highway near Willow Creek. A hunter in 2020 who found strange footprints on his property about 5 miles from our house. I didn't tell many people, just Derek, my mom, and my best friend Trish. The reactions were predictable: concern, skepticism, gentle suggestions that maybe I'd been tired or the light had played tricks on my eyes, but I knew what I'd seen. A week after my encounter, I drove back to the tracks. This time, I brought my camera. Derek was at work, Mason at preschool. I had 3 hours. The day was overcast, the air heavy with the promise of rain. As I parked in the same spot by the crossing, I noticed how different the landscape looked under grey skies. The tree line seemed darker, more forbidding. I walked the same path along the tracks, then cut across to the trees. This time, I went deeper into the forest than before. The pine trees gave way to mixed hardwoods: oak, maple, hickory. The ground became uneven, with fallen logs and rocks creating natural obstacles. About a 1/4 mile in, I found a clearing. Not natural. The trees had been broken, not cut. Branches snapped at heights well above my head. In the center of the clearing was a pile of branches and brush that looked deliberate, almost like a crude shelter. My hand shook slightly as I raised my camera and took pictures. This wasn't definitive evidence of anything supernatural, I told myself. It could be hunters, teenagers, the wind. But as I circled the clearing, I found something that stopped me cold. A footprint, pressed into a patch of mud near a fallen log, huge, at least 16 inches long, 5 distinct toes, a deep impression that suggested incredible weight. I photographed it from every angle, placing my own boot next to it for scale. My size 8 women's hiking boot looked like a child's footprint beside it. As I knelt to examine the print more closely, I heard it. A crack of a branch breaking somewhere behind me, not close, but not distant either. I rose slowly to my feet, turning in a careful circle. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding thin in the forest air. "Is someone there?" The woods fell silent. No birds, no rustling leaves. The complete absence of sound was more terrifying than any noise could have been. Then I heard it. A low, rumbling sound. Not quite a growl, not quite a moan. Something between the two that raised every hair on my body. It came from deeper in the forest, beyond the clearing, and it was answered by another similar sound from a different direction. There were 2 of them. My breath caught in my throat. My legs trembled, caught between the instinct to run and the fear that running would trigger a chase. I backed away slowly, eyes darting between the 2 directions where the sounds had come from. Another crack, closer this time. The sound of something large moving through underbrush. I turned and ran. All caution forgotten, I sprinted through the trees, ducking branches, leaping over fallen logs. Behind me I heard movement, heavy footfalls, the crash of vegetation being pushed aside. I didn't look back. I ran with a desperation I'd never known before, the only thought in my mind being the distance between myself and the car. When I burst from the tree line into the open field, I nearly sobbed with relief. I crossed the field at a full sprint, legs pumping, lungs burning. Only when I reached the railroad tracks did I dare to look back. Nothing visible in the field behind me, but at the edge of the forest, just within the shadow of the trees, something moved. A dark shape, too tall to be human, watching me from the boundary between forest and field. I scrambled up the railroad embankment, nearly falling in my haste. My car sat where I'd left it, 100 yards down the tracks. I ran toward it, keys already in my hand. As I reached the car, unlocked it and threw myself inside, I looked back one last time. The figure was gone from the tree line, but something much worse took its place. It was on the tracks now, standing upright, massive and dark against the grey sky. Even at this distance I could see the breadth of its shoulders, the long arms hanging at its sides. It wasn't moving toward me, just standing, watching. With shaking hands I started the car and pulled away from the shoulder, tires spitting gravel. In my rearview mirror I saw the figure remain motionless on the tracks until I turned a corner and it disappeared from view. When I got home, I sat in my driveway for 15 minutes trying to stop shaking. The camera with the footprint photos sat on the passenger seat. Evidence, proof that I wasn't crazy. But now, knowing what was out there, not one, but at least two of these creatures, I wasn't sure I wanted to share that proof with anyone. Some things, once known, couldn't be unknown. And as I gathered my courage to go inside, I realized with absolute certainty that those creatures had been aware of me since my first sighting. Today wasn't a chance encounter. They had been watching, waiting, and now they knew that I knew they were there. The question that kept me awake that night, and many nights after, was simple. What were they going to do about it? Story 12. I felt it before I ever saw it. That's what people don't understand when I tell this story. You don't just stumble across something like this. It warns you first, with that smell and the silence. God, the silence. Nothing empties a forest faster than when one of them is around. My name's Ethan Walker. In 1970, I was just a teenage kid from Liberty County with a second-hand Winchester and permission to hunt our neighbor's back 40. Nothing special about me, except maybe I paid attention better than most. My daddy taught me that. Said a hunter who doesn't notice details might as well stay home and watch TV. The first time I noticed something off was in early fall, 1971. Me and Tyler Marsh had hiked about 3 miles into Colson's Woods, following a creek that cut through the property. We were after squirrels mainly, maybe a turkey if we got lucky. "You smell that?" Tyler asked, stopping suddenly and lifting his nose. I caught it then, this weird stink that hit you in waves. Sort of like a skunk, but mixed with something else. Wet dog maybe, but worse. Rancid. "Probably just some weed or something," I said, though I couldn't remember any plant around these parts that smelled like that. Tyler shrugged and we kept going, but I noticed something right after. The woods had gone dead quiet. No birds, no squirrels rustling in the leaves. Nothing. "Listen," I whispered to Tyler. He froze, cocking his head. "I don't hear anything." "That's what I mean, nothing's moving. We didn't see anything unusual that day, but we didn't bag a single squirrel either. Not one, like something had cleared them all out." Over the next few years, I started logging these incidents in a small notebook. Tyler thought I was nuts at first, but he came around when the pattern got too obvious to ignore. The smell would come, and then everything would go silent. Every single time. By 73, I'd mapped out where these occurrences happened most frequently. There was a pine oak flat about 5 miles in from Route 16 that seemed to be a hot spot. The old-timers called it Deadfall Basin because of all the timber that had come down in a storm back in the 50s. Perfect cover for animals with all those fallen logs and dense undergrowth. "It's just hogs," my dad said when I mentioned the smell. Wild hogs stink to high heaven, and they'll clear an area of other game. Maybe he was right. Feral hogs were becoming a problem throughout the county, but something about this didn't fit. Hogs leave tracks, obvious disturbances. Whatever this was, moved differently. In spring of '75, me and Tyler decided to set up a hunting blind near one of the spots where we detected the smell most often. We spent a whole Saturday constructing it from fallen branches and canvas, positioning it downwind of a small clearing. We stayed there from dawn until nearly dusk. Nothing. As we packed up to leave, Tyler suddenly grabbed my arm. "There it is," he whispered. The smell had arrived, faint at first, then stronger, and just like that, the forest went silent. "Something's watching us," Tyler said, his voice barely audible. I felt it too, that crawling sensation on the back of your neck when you're being observed. We scanned the trees, the underbrush, everywhere, but saw nothing. "Let's get out of here," Tyler said, and for once, I didn't argue. We came back 3 more times that month. Same result each time, the smell, the silence, the feeling of being watched, but nothing visible. By 1978, Tyler had lost interest in our mystery. He'd started working at his uncle's garage and dating Cheryl Wilkins, which didn't leave much time for tramping through the woods, chasing ghosts. I kept at it, though. Something about this mystery had hooked deep in me. I needed to know. November 12th, 1978. That date is burned into my brain. I was hunting alone, which my parents didn't like but couldn't stop since I was 18 by then. I'd parked my truck off Route 16 and hiked about a mile through thick forest before reaching Deadfall Basin. The morning was cool and clear, with that particular stillness you get in late fall. I moved slowly, stopping every few minutes to listen and look. I'd learned patience by then, understanding that rushed movements were the enemy of observation. I reached the eastern edge of the basin around 8:30 a.m. From there, I had good visibility, maybe 150 to 175 yards across open ground to a stand of reset pines on the far side. Perfect spot to watch for deer moving between feeding areas. I settled against an oak tree, rifle propped on my knee, and waited. The sun climbed higher. A few crows called overhead. Normal forest sounds. At around 10:15, I noticed a dark patch beneath one of the large pines on the far side of the clearing. At first, I thought it might be a burnt area from a lightning strike. We'd had storms the previous month, but something about it nagged at me. I lifted my binoculars. What I saw didn't register at first. My brain tried to fit it into categories I understood. Bear, maybe? Too big? Fallen log? Wrong shape? I adjusted the focus. It was lying down under the tree, its form massive even at rest, grey-bodied with what looked like a black face, like a gorilla, but different, bigger. Its proportions weren't quite right for any animal I recognized. My heart hammered so hard I could feel my vision pulse with each beat. I lowered the binoculars, blinked hard, then looked again. Still there. I checked my rifle, loaded, safety on. Then I began to move, using the trees for cover, stopping frequently to confirm my target hadn't moved. I got maybe 50 yards closer when I noticed it had changed position slightly. It seemed more alert now, head raised. Another 25 yards, and I froze. The creature had stood up. Jesus Christ, it was tall, 7 feet at least, maybe more, broad shoulders, massive arms. It stood perfectly still, facing my direction, though I couldn't tell if it saw me. I raised my rifle instinctively, not to shoot, just to get a better look through the scope. Before I could focus, it was gone. Just gone. No sound, no movement I could detect. The space where it had stood was empty. The forest floor there was covered in dry leaves and pine needles. Nothing could move across it silently, but whatever this thing was, it had. I approached the spot slowly, rifle ready. The smell hit me as I got close. That same skunk wet dog stench, stronger than I'd ever encountered it. Under the pine tree where the creature had been, I found an area of flattened grass, about 8 feet in diameter. The ground felt warm when I put my hand to it. I searched for tracks, but found nothing clear. Just some disturbances in the leaf litter, a broken branch about 7 feet up the nearest tree, and that lingering smell. I didn't tell anyone what I'd seen, not even Tyler. What would I say? That I'd spotted Bigfoot? I'd be the laughingstock of Liberty County. Besides, I didn't know what I'd seen. I just knew it wasn't supposed to exist. For the next year, I went back repeatedly, trying to catch another glimpse. I set up game cameras, which was expensive technology back then, but they never captured anything unusual. Just deer, raccoons, the occasional fox. Whatever this thing was, it either avoided the cameras or somehow knew they were there. October 3rd, 1979. Another date I'll never forget. I'd positioned myself near a large thicket about half a mile from my previous sighting. The morning was foggy and rainy. Not ideal hunting weather, but good for stalking, less noise when you walk, and the rain washes away human scent. I detected the smell immediately when I reached the thicket, strong enough to make my eyes water, and sure enough, the forest went completely silent. Something was in there. I could hear movement, subtle but distinct. Brush moving against something large. I assumed hogs initially. They love thickets and the protection they provide. I picked up a stick and threw it into the underbrush, hoping to flush whatever was hiding. The movement stopped. Then I heard it. A deep, throaty grunt. Not a hog. Not a bear either. It sounded primate, but more resonant than any monkey I'd ever heard at the zoo. Then came a pronounced sniffing sound, in out, like something was sampling the air, smelling for me. I raised my rifle, heart pounding so loud I was sure the creature could hear it. The thicket remained still for maybe 30 seconds. Then the movement resumed, but away from me this time. Whatever was in there was retreating to the far side. I circled quickly, trying to position myself where the animal might emerge. The thicket backed up to a small boggy area with standing water. As I approached, I heard it. A massive splash followed by heavy breathing and more of those grunting sounds. I broke into a run, crashing through the underbrush until I reached the water's edge. All I saw were ripples spreading across the dark surface and what looked like wet footprints on the far bank. 2-legged footprints. I stood there in the rain, rifle hanging uselessly at my side, watching the water settle back to stillness. The smell lingered in the wet air. That was my last close encounter. Oh, I kept hunting those woods through the 80s and beyond, and occasionally I'd catch that distinctive odor or notice the telltale silence fall over the forest. But whatever I'd encountered seemed to grow more cautious, or maybe I just got unlucky. In 1983, they started logging parts of Deadfall Basin. The paper company had bought the land from Old Man Colson. I tried to convince them to preserve certain areas, making up stories about rare woodpeckers and such, but money talks louder than some local hunters' concerns. Tyler moved to Tallahassee in '85, got a job with a construction company. We still meet up once or twice a year, usually during deer season. Sometimes he asks if I ever figured out what made that smell back in the old days. I just shrug and say it must have been hogs after all. But I know what I saw. I know what I heard. Something lived in those woods that science hasn't catalogued, something that can move silently through crunching leaves and vanish without a trace. I've read books since then about similar sightings across the country. Some folks call it Sasquatch or Bigfoot or a dozen other names. I don't much care what it's called. Names don't change facts. The facts are these. For nearly a decade, I encountered something in the forests of Liberty County that scared off every other animal in the vicinity. It stood on 2 legs, moved with impossible stealth, and smelled like nothing else on this earth. I saw it with my own eyes, not once but twice. I'm 69 years old now. My hunting days are mostly behind me, though I still walk those woods when my knees allow it. The logging has stopped, and nature's reclaimed much of what was cut. The thickets are thicker than ever. Sometimes, when the wind is right and the forest goes suddenly quiet, I catch a whiff of that old familiar smell. And I know it's still out there, watching and waiting, moving through the silent woods of Liberty County like it has for who knows how long. I don't try to track it anymore. Some mysteries are meant to stay mysteries. But I know what I know. And whatever it is, it knows these woods better than any human ever will. Story 13. The freezing air bit through my hunting jacket as I trudged through the snow-dusted forest. December 18th, 1993. A date burned into my memory like a cattle brand. I'm Thomas Blackwell, and before that day, the strangest thing I'd ever seen in these woods was an albino squirrel when I was 12. My boots crunched over frozen leaves and twigs as I moved between the bare trees on my grandmother's property. The land had been in our family since before the Civil War, stretching 2.5 miles east of Dayton. I knew every hill, creek and hollow like the calluses on my hands. I carried my New England single-shot 12-gauge, the same shotgun my father had given me for my 16th birthday. It was an old friend by now, reliable and familiar in my grip. The metal was cold against my gloved fingers as I swept the barrel in a slow arc, scanning the treetops for movement. The December sun was already sliding toward the horizon, casting long shadows across the forest floor. I'd promised Gran I'd bring back some squirrels for stew, but so far the woods were unnaturally quiet. No chittering from the branches, no rustling in the leaf litter. Nothing. I paused, breath clouding in front of my face, and listened. The silence pressed against my ears. In 26 years of hunting these woods, I'd never experienced such complete stillness. No birds called, no distant woodpecker hammered. Even the wind seemed to have died. The hairs on my neck prickled. I pushed forward, moving deeper into the familiar territory, telling myself I was being foolish. Probably just a weather change coming. Animals sense those things. The trees opened up as I approached a small clearing I'd crossed hundreds of times before. It wasn't much, just a narrow gap in the forest about 14 by 30 feet, ringed by dense undergrowth and young saplings. I stepped into the open space, still scanning the trees for any sign of movement. A flicker from the corner of my right eye. I turned my head, expecting to finally spot a squirrel. Instead, I froze mid-step. 15 feet away stood something impossible. My brain struggled to process what my eyes were seeing. A creature, a being, standing upright between 6'7" and 7 feet tall. Its shoulders were broader than any man I'd ever seen, like a linebacker but magnified. Dark hair, not fur but hair, covered its entire body except for its face, which was bare skin. Those eyes, cold, black, intelligent. They locked onto mine with unmistakable awareness. Its nose was wide and flat. Its arms hung unnaturally long at its sides, ending in enormous hands that could have wrapped completely around my head. We stared at each other. 10 seconds of complete, paralyzing silence. Neither of us moved. I couldn't even breathe. This wasn't a bear. It wasn't anything I recognized from any wildlife book or hunting magazine. And it was looking at me with what I could only describe as surprise. My hunting instincts finally kicked in. I cocked my shotgun. The metallic click shattered the silence like a thunderclap. The creature's head snapped toward the sound. In one fluid motion, it turned to its right and vanished into the thick underbrush. No crashing, no breaking branches, just gone, with a speed that defied its massive size. I stood rooted to the spot, shotgun half raised, heart hammering against my ribs. Sweat ran cold down my back despite the December chill. "What the hell?" I whispered into the empty clearing. My voice sounded wrong, too small for what had just happened. The rational part of my brain kicked in. Tracks. There should be tracks. I moved cautiously to where it had stood, keeping my shotgun ready. The ground was a mix of dead leaves, patchy snow, and frozen dirt. I searched carefully, walking in expanding circles, but found nothing. No impressions, no broken twigs, no sign the creature had ever been there, and no smell. That struck me as odd. Every large animal leaves some scent, musk, sweat, something. This thing, whatever it was, left nothing. The light was fading fast now. I glanced at my watch. 4:45 p.m. Dusk was settling over the forest, and darkness would follow quickly. I should head back, but curiosity and a stubborn disbelief pushed me to look in the direction the creature had fled. I took 3 steps toward the undergrowth and stopped. A feeling washed over me, a crawling sensation across my skin, like I was being watched by a dozen hidden eyes. The silence in the forest suddenly felt oppressive, threatening. "Screw this," I muttered, turning back the way I'd come. I'd never fled these woods before, but I was moving quickly now, shotgun gripped tightly in front of me. No way was I getting caught in the dark after what I'd just seen. The kitchen light spilled yellow and warm across Gran's worn linoleum floor. I sat at the table, a steaming mug of coffee forgotten between my hands as I finished telling her what I'd seen. Gran was 78 but sharp as a tack. She sat across from me, her thin fingers laced together, eyes narrowed in thought rather than doubt. "You've seen it too, haven't you?" I finally asked. Her lack of surprise told me everything. "Not me," she said slowly, "but your grandfather, back in '62. He came home white as a sheet, refused to go back to the East Woods for nearly a month. He saw the same thing. He called it the Watcher. Said it was tall as a pine sapling and moved like smoke." She sipped her tea. "Your cousin Robert saw something too, about 10 years back, down by Crooked Creek." I leaned forward. "Why didn't anyone ever talk about this?" Gran's weathered face creased in a bitter smile. "Who'd believe it? People in town already think our family's odd. Besides, your grandfather made us promise not to speak of it. Said some things are best left alone." "But what is it?" I pressed. "I don't know, Thomas. Not everything in this world comes with a neat explanation." I couldn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those black, knowing eyes staring back at me. Around 2 a.m., I got up and dug through the boxes in the attic until I found Granddad's old journals. If he'd seen the same thing, maybe he'd written about it. I found what I was looking for in a journal dated 1962. The handwriting was rushed, almost frantic. October 17th. Saw something in the East Woods today. Not natural, not animal, not man. Standing by the lightning-struck oak watching me. 7 feet tall at least. Didn't run when it saw me. Watched me. Felt like it was looking right through me. Won't tell Martha. She'll worry. Won't tell anyone. They'll think I'm crazy. The next entry was brief. October 20th. Found tracks by the creek. 16 inches long, 5 toes, too big for bear. Then nothing more about it. The journal continued with normal entries about farm work and town gossip, as if he'd decided to bury the memory. I needed to talk to someone else who'd seen it. First thing in the morning, I called my cousin Robert. Robert leaned on the hood of his pickup, a cigarette dangling from his lips. We'd met at Miller's Gas on the edge of town, away from curious ears. At 35, Robert looked older than his years. Hard manual labor at the quarry had carved deep lines around his eyes and mouth. "So you saw it too," he said flatly, after I described my encounter. Not a question. "Yeah, near the clearing by Dead Man's Ridge." Robert nodded slowly. "Mine was down by the creek, summer of '83, fishing for bass when I heard something big moving through the trees. Thought it was a deer at first. What happened? It watched me for nearly 5 minutes, standing in the shadows across the creek. Then Billy Jenkins came crashing down the trail with his new dog, and it disappeared." He flicked his cigarette away. "Didn't tell a soul except Uncle Frank. He's the one who told me others in the family had seen it too." "Others? Who?" "Your dad, for one." I stared at him. My dad never said anything about this. "Would you?" Most folks don't like admitting they've seen something that ain't supposed to exist. Robert straightened up. There's more, though. It's not just our family. Jenkins saw something last hunting season that spooked him so bad he sold his dogs and gear. And the Wilsons down by Copper Road claim something's been stalking their livestock for years. Why doesn't everyone know about this? I demanded. People talk, just not openly. Check the local paper sometime. Every few years there's a story buried on page 8 about strange sightings or unexplained footprints. Then everyone forgets until the next time. I ran a hand through my hair. We should organize a group, go out there with cameras, document this thing. Robert's face hardened. Listen to me carefully, Tom. Whatever this thing is, it's survived by staying hidden. Animals go quiet when it's nearby. It leaves no tracks when it doesn't want to. It's been living alongside us for God knows how long without being caught. You think it wants to be found. But 3 years after I saw it, I got obsessed, just like you're getting now. Spent weeks in those woods trying to find it again. One night, I was camping near where I'd seen it. Woke up feeling something staring at me through the tent wall. The air was thick, hard to breathe. Every instinct screaming at me to stay still. Don't move. Don't even breathe too loud. He looked me directly in the eyes. I've never been so certain I was about to die. What happened? I asked quietly. Nothing. That's what was so terrifying. It just watched me all night. When dawn came, it was gone. But the message was clear. I was being tolerated in its territory, not the other way around. Over the next weeks, I couldn't let it go. I visited the local library, pored through old newspapers, and found scattered reports dating back to the 1920s, all describing similar encounters in the forests around Dayton. I started asking subtle questions around town. Most people changed the subject or laughed it off. But a few would go quiet, then share a story in hushed tones about footprints too big to explain, strange sounds in the night, or the unsettling feeling of being followed in the woods. Sheriff Denton, a family friend, pulled me aside at the diner one morning. "Heard you've been asking about strange sightings in the East Woods," he said, sliding into the booth across from me. "Just curious about local folklore," I replied carefully. He nodded slowly. 3 times a year on average, I get calls about something unusual out there. Hikers, hunters, kids. Descriptions are always consistent. Tall, hairy, not quite human. Department policy is to file it and forget it. That's it. No investigation. He sipped his coffee. What would you have me do? Launch a manhunt for Bigfoot? Waste taxpayer money chasing shadows through hundreds of acres of dense forest? He set his cup down firmly. Besides, whatever it is, it's never hurt anybody. Just keeps to itself unless disturbed. You believe the stories, I realized. His eyes met mine. 27 years wearing this badge, I've learned there's a difference between what's in the official reports and what's actually happening in my county. My advice? Let sleeping dogs lie. But I couldn't. 2 weeks after my encounter, I returned to the clearing. January was colder than usual. The forest floor was covered with 3 inches of fresh snow, perfect for tracking. I carried my shotgun, a camera, and a small notebook. The sun was high, giving me plenty of daylight to work with. The clearing looked smaller somehow, more ordinary. Nothing suggested the extraordinary encounter that had occurred here. I circled the perimeter slowly, studying the ground, trees, and undergrowth. The snow showed rabbit tracks, squirrel prints, and bird impressions, but nothing unusual. I expanded my search, moving in the direction the creature had fled. After 20 minutes of careful scanning, I found it. A partial footprint in a patch of mud protected from the snow by an overhanging log. It was huge, at least 15 inches long, with 5 distinct toe impressions. I carefully photographed it from multiple angles, placing my hunting knife beside it for scale. Further on, I found broken branches about 8 feet off the ground, too high for deer or normal human passage. Something large had moved through here. I followed these subtle signs for nearly a mile, heading toward Crooked Creek. The terrain became steeper, rockier, less traveled. Few hunters ventured this far in, as game was usually more plentiful near the forest edge. The creek was partially frozen, with water still flowing beneath a thin ice sheet in the center. I found more tracks here, clearer this time in the soft creek bank. The same massive footprints leading toward a rocky outcropping that rose from the forest floor like broken teeth. At the base of the rocks was an opening, not quite a cave, more like a deep recess under an overhanging ledge. Dark, shadowed, easily missed unless you were looking for it. I stood at the creek edge, staring at that dark opening. My heart hammered in my chest. Something pulled at me. Curiosity, obsession, the need to know. But Robert's warning echoed in my head. I raised my camera with a shaking hand and took several photos of the rock formation and the opening. That would be enough for today. I could come back better prepared, maybe with Robert or someone else. As I lowered the camera, a sound froze me in place. A subtle shifting of weight on rock. Something was moving inside that dark recess. I backed away slowly, one careful step at a time. My shotgun felt useless in my hands. The logical part of my brain screamed at me to run, but instinct warned that sudden movement would be a mistake. 10 feet back from the creek now, 15, 20. Something emerged from the shadows beneath the rock. Just an arm at first, massive and powerful, reaching out to grip the edge of the opening. Then a head, those same black eyes fixing directly on me across the distance. It knew I was there. It had known all along. We stared at each other across the frozen creek. Unlike our first encounter, there was no surprise in those eyes now, only a cold, calculating intelligence. The creature emerged fully from the recess, standing to its full height. In the clear daylight, I could see details I'd missed before. Its hair was dark brown, almost black, with silver streaks at the shoulders. The bare face had deep creases around the eyes and mouth, giving it an aged appearance. Its chest was barrel-wide, tapering to a narrower waist. It made no aggressive move, just watched me with those unblinking eyes. I found my voice somehow. "What are you?" I called across the distance. No response, not that I'd expected one, but its head tilted slightly as if considering me. With deliberate slowness, it raised one massive hand and pointed directly at me. Then it turned that same finger and pointed back toward the way I had come. The message couldn't have been clearer if it had spoken. "Go back." I nodded once, understanding completely. This was not my territory. I was an intruder, being granted the courtesy of a warning rather than a confrontation. I backed away, keeping my eyes on the creature until trees obscured my view. Then I turned and walked quickly back the way I'd come, resisting the urge to run until I was well away from the creek. That night, I developed the photos in a makeshift darkroom in Grand's basement. The footprint images came out clear and unmistakable. The photos of the rock formation, too. But when I developed the final shots, the ones I'd taken when the creature emerged, they showed only the empty rock face, overexposed and blurry. I wasn't surprised somehow. The next morning, I gathered my notes and the photos of the footprints and called Robert. We met at his house, away from town. "What are you going to do with these?" he asked after examining everything. "Nothing," I said, surprising myself with the certainty in my voice. "They're for me. Proof for myself that I'm not crazy." He nodded, relieved. "Smart choice. But I need to understand what's happening here, Robert. This thing has been living alongside our town for generations. Our families have kept it secret. Why?" Robert was quiet for a long moment. Respect, maybe, or fear, or both. He sighed heavily. "All I know is that it was here before us, and it'll be here after we're gone. It doesn't want trouble. It just wants to be left alone." "Is it the only one?" "I don't know. Probably not." He handed back my photos. "What now?" I thought about the creature's gesture, pointing me back toward town. There had been no malice in it, just a clear boundary being established. "Now I go back to hunting squirrels," I said, "just not in that part of the woods." "You're okay with that? Just letting it be?" I nodded slowly. "I think we've got an understanding." 27 years have passed since that January day by Crooked Creek. I still hunt on my grandmother's property, though it's mine now. I've never returned to that rocky outcropping, and I've never again seen the creature that locals quietly call the Dayton Watcher. But sometimes, when I'm deep in the forest and the birds suddenly go silent, I feel those black eyes on me again. I don't run. I don't hide. I simply nod my acknowledgement to the empty woods and continue on my way. We share this land, the Watcher and I. Different worlds, overlapping but separate. An arrangement as old as the hills themselves. And some arrangements are best left undisturbed. Story 14. The Texas sun hung low on the horizon as we drove back from the Rangers game. Emma had her feet up on the dashboard, still wearing the blue foam finger she'd bought at the stadium. I kept my eyes on the two-lane blacktop of Highway 105, the asphalt stretching out ahead of us as we approached the Trinity River Bridge. "Let's stop for a minute," Emma said, pointing to a sandbar visible beneath the bridge. "My legs are cramping from sitting so long." I slowed the truck and pulled onto the shoulder. Below us, maybe a dozen people milled around on the sandbar. A couple of guys fished from lawn chairs, while kids splashed in the shallows. Someone had a portable grill going. "Sure," I said. "Might be nice to stretch our legs." We made our way down a worn path to the sandbar. The river flowed lazy and brown, trees crowding the banks on both sides. We didn't talk to anyone, just walked along the edge of the water for about 10 minutes, stepping around beer cans and fishing line. "We should get going," I said, checking my watch. "It'll be dark in an hour." Emma nodded and we climbed back up to the truck. The sun was definitely lower now, casting long shadows across the road as we continued over the bridge. We were about halfway across when Emma grabbed my arm. "Jackson, look, there's like a waterfall or something over there," she said, pointing to the left side of the bridge. I glanced where she was pointing. There was some kind of channel or spillway where water rushed down into the main river. "Can we go see it?" she asked. "Might be nice to check it out before heading home." I shrugged. "Why not?" After crossing the bridge, I turned onto a dirt road that seemed to head in the right direction. The truck bounced over ruts and potholes, dust billowing behind us. About a quarter-mile in, we crossed a small wooden structure, more of a wide plank bridge than anything, over what Emma had called a waterfall. It was really just a man-made channel where water from the river diverted around a bend. The road continued another 100 yards before ending at a metal gate. 2 padlocks secured it to a post set in concrete. "Well, that's that," I said, putting the truck in reverse. "Oh, come on," Emma said. "We've already come this far. Let's just hop over and walk a little bit. The sun's still up." I looked at her heels. "In those shoes?" She waved away my concern. "I've walked in worse. Come on, it'll be an adventure." I killed the engine and we got out. The lock looked solid, but the gate itself was only about 4 feet high. I climbed over first, then helped Emma. Her dress caught on the top and she cursed as she tugged it free. Beyond the gate, the road narrowed to 2 dirt tracks with grass growing in the middle. Tire marks cut through the mud in places. Someone had driven through here in the past month. The sun had dropped lower now, filtering through the trees in orange shafts that cut across our path. I walked ahead while Emma picked her way carefully, trying to keep her heels from sinking into the softer parts of the trail. "These were not the right shoes for this," she called from behind me. "You don't say," I laughed. We'd been married 5 years, and Emma's impractical footwear choices were a running joke between us. I moved about 30 feet ahead, scanning the woods on either side. The trees grew thick here, mostly pines with some oak and sweet gum mixed in. The air felt humid and still. No breeze at all. Just the sounds of our footsteps and distant bird calls. After about 10 minutes, We came across a sign nailed to a tree. Private property, Trinity Hunt Club, members only. The paint was faded, but the message was clear. Maybe we should head back, I suggested. Emma had finally caught up to me. Just a little further, she said. It's kind of pretty here. We continued down the trail, moving slower now, trying to walk quietly. I'm not sure why. Maybe the sign had made us feel like trespassers, which I guess we were. The trail bent to the left ahead, and I could see where it disappeared around a stand of pine trees about 40 yards away. That's when it happened. Something moved at the bend in the trail. At first I thought it might be a deer, but the movement was all wrong. Then I saw it clearly. A rusty red-colored figure, tall, at least 6 feet, leaped from the left side of the trail. It didn't just cross the trail. It jumped, like a long jumper in the Olympics, sailing through the air before landing on the right side. As soon as it touched down, it sprang forward again and disappeared into the woods. I froze. My mind struggled to process what I'd just seen. It had moved so fast, but I'd gotten a clear look. The rusty red color, the height, the way it moved, definitely on 2 legs, not 4. I turned to Emma, who was about 30 feet behind me. "Did you see that?" I called, my voice lower than intended. But Emma wasn't looking ahead. She was staring at the ground, her face twisted in panic. "Something just slithered across my foot," she hissed, jumping backwards. "Emma," I said, "something just jumped across the trail up there, something big." Her eyes widened, and she jogged up to join me, snake forgotten. "What do you mean, something big? Like a deer?" I shook my head. "No, it was standing upright. Like a person, but not a person. It was covered in reddish-brown hair or fur." Emma stared at me, then at the bend in the trail. "You're not serious?" "Dead serious." We both stood still, listening. Though the thing had moved silently when it leaped, we could hear it now, branches breaking, undergrowth rustling as it moved away through the forest to our right. Birds scattered from the trees in its path, their wings flapping noisily as they took flight. Then came the smell, a musky animal odor, like a wet horse, but stronger, more pungent. "Do you smell that?" I asked. Emma nodded, covering her nose. "What the hell, Jackson?" I walked forward to where the creature had crossed the trail. The packed earth revealed nothing, no footprints or disturbance. The trail was the only place hard enough that it might have shown tracks, but there was nothing visible. I looked to the left, where it had come from. About 30 yards into the woods, I spotted something unusual. A clump of small trees, maybe 4 or 5 of them, appeared to have been recently uprooted. Fresh soil still clung to the roots. "Emma," I said, pointing, "look at those trees." She squinted in the direction I indicated. "Why would someone pull up trees like that?" "I don't think someone did," I replied. "At least not a human someone." We stood in silence for a moment. The forest had gone quiet, except for the distant rustle that marked the creature's retreat. "What exactly did you see?" Emma asked, her voice steady but tense. I took a deep breath. It was about 6 feet tall, covered in rusty red hair like an orangutan, but it wasn't an orangutan. It moved on 2 legs, and it moved fast, faster than a human could run. It jumped across this trail in one bound, then just disappeared into the woods. A Bigfoot. Emma's expression was skeptical, but not dismissive. "I don't know what to call it. I know it wasn't any animal that's supposed to be in Texas." Emma looked up at the darkening sky. The sun had nearly set, and shadows stretched long across the trail. "We should go back to the truck. It's getting dark." I nodded, but didn't move right away. I kept staring at the spot where the creature had vanished into the trees. "Do you think it was watching those people at the river?" Emma asked suddenly. The thought hadn't occurred to me. Maybe. It could have been up in the trees, watching from a distance. Then we came up the road, and it got spooked. "It was probably more scared of us than we are of it," Emma said. though her voice lacked conviction. "Maybe," I said again, but I wasn't so sure. Something that big, that powerful, it didn't need to fear much. We retraced our steps down the trail, moving faster now. The gathering darkness turned familiar shapes strange. Every shadow seemed to hide movement. Every snapping twig made us jump. Emma had given up on protecting her heels and just trudged through the mud, her hand gripping mine tightly. "What do you think it was doing here?" she asked as we neared the gate. "Living, I guess. Hunting. This is pretty remote country. But someone would have seen it before, wouldn't they?" I shrugged. "Not necessarily. These woods go on for miles. There are swamps, backwaters, places people don't go." We reached the gate and climbed over it quickly. The truck sat waiting, a comforting sight in the growing darkness. I unlocked it and we scrambled inside. Only when the doors were locked did I feel my shoulders relax. "Are we going to tell anyone?" Emma asked as I started the engine. I put the truck in reverse and began backing up toward the main road. Who would believe us? Good point. We drove in silence for a while, the headlights cutting through the darkness as we made our way back to Highway 105. As we reached the bridge again, Emma spoke. "I know what I felt on my foot, Jackson. It was a snake. I felt the scales. I believe you. And I believe you saw something. I don't know if it was a Bigfoot or what, but I believe you saw something you can't explain." I nodded, keeping my eyes on the road. The image of that rusty red figure leaping across the trail was burned into my mind. The incredible speed, the fluid movement, the utter silence of its passing until it hit the undergrowth. "It was real, Emma. I don't know what it was, but it was real." We crossed the bridge again, passing over the sandbar where people had been gathering earlier. They were gone now, the space empty in the darkness. I wondered if any of them had ever seen what I'd seen, if they'd glimpsed something watching from the trees and dismissed it as shadows or imagination. As Highway 105 stretched out before us, taking us back toward civilization, I couldn't help looking in the rearview mirror. The road behind us was empty, the forest a dark wall on either side. Somewhere in those trees something moved that shouldn't exist, something that until today I would have laughed about if someone had claimed to see it. "Let's get home," I said, pressing my foot harder on the accelerator. Emma reached over and squeezed my hand. "Yes," she said, "let's go home." But I knew, even as the miles passed beneath our wheels, that I would never forget what I'd seen on May 29th, 2004. That leaping figure would stay with me, a memory as solid and real as the truck around us or the woman beside me. Some things, once seen, can't be unseen, and some mysteries aren't meant to be solved, just witnessed and remembered. Story 15. The headlights cut through the darkness ahead of us, illuminating the winding asphalt of Pine Ridge Road. My mother, Linda's knuckles were white against the steering wheel as she navigated the curves back to our home in Millbrook. The dashboard clock read 10:42 p.m. We'd stayed late at my aunt's place in Riverdale, about 40 miles east, and now we were both tired and ready for home. "Mum, slow down on these curves," I said, noticing how she was taking the bends a little too fast. "I know how to drive, Tyler," she replied, but I saw her ease off the gas pedal anyway. The old Ford Taurus hummed as we descended into another curve, this one sharper than the last. What happened next took only seconds, but it's burned into my memory like a brand. Mom drove too wide on the curve. The right tires hit the gravel shoulder, sending a spray of stones against the undercarriage with a machine gun rattle. She yanked the wheel left, overcorrecting. The car fishtailed. "Shit!" she hissed, fighting to regain control. That's when I saw it. As the headlights swept across the tree line, they illuminated something standing beside the Welcome to Pinecrest County sign. At first, my brain tried to make sense of it. A bear standing upright, maybe a person in a coat. But those explanations collapsed instantly. It was enormous, 8 feet tall at least, towering over the road sign. Its body was covered in thick reddish-brown hair, like auburn fur that caught the light of our headlights in an unnatural shimmer. But its face, God, its face. Less hairy than its body, with pronounced lips pulled back in what looked like anger or shock. Its eyes reflected our headlights for just a moment, 2 yellow-green discs staring directly at us. "Mom!" I shouted, pressing my hands against the dashboard. "Did you see that?" Her face had gone pale. The car had stabilized, but she was pressing the accelerator hard now, speeding up instead of slowing down. "Mom, stop the car! Turn around!" I twisted in my seat, trying to look back, but we'd already rounded the bend, and the creature, if that's what it was, disappeared from view. "No!" Her voice was shrill, panicky. "No way in hell, Tyler!" "But Mom, that was... I don't care what it was, I'm not stopping!" Her breathing came in short, shallow bursts. I'd never seen my mother so terrified. "It was standing right there. We have to go back." I fumbled for my phone in my pocket. "I could take a picture." "Absolutely not!" She punched the gas pedal harder, and the speedometer climbed past 60. "We're going home. That's final." I stared at her profile in the dim glow of the dashboard lights. She looked different somehow, smaller, vulnerable. My mother had always been the strong one, especially since Dad left 3 years ago. She'd faced down bill collectors, fixed broken pipes, and once chased off a drunk who wandered onto our property at 2 a.m. But whatever she'd just seen had reduced her to this trembling, wide-eyed person I barely recognized. "What was it, Mom?" I asked quietly. Her eyes stayed fixed on the road ahead. "I don't know." She swallowed hard. "But it wasn't normal. It looked like a..." I hesitated to say the word, feeling childish. "Don't say it." She shook her head. "Just don't, Tyler." We drove the remaining 12 miles home in silence. The porch light was still on from when we'd left earlier that evening. Mom pulled into the driveway and cut the engine, but made no move to get out. We sat there in the dark, the cooling engine ticking. "Are you okay?" I finally asked. She nodded stiffly, then reached for her purse in the back seat. "Let's go inside." That night, I couldn't sleep. My bedroom window faced the woods that stretched toward Pine Ridge Road. I kept getting up, looking out into the darkness, wondering if whatever we'd seen was out there, moving through the trees. I replayed those few seconds over and over. The height, the auburn hair, the muscular build, those lips pulled back in what might have been rage or fear. The whole thing lasted maybe 3 seconds, but every detail was sharp in my mind. Mom was in the kitchen when I came down for breakfast the next morning. She hadn't slept either. Purple circles hung beneath her eyes, and she clutched her coffee mug like it was keeping her upright. "Morning," I said, testing the waters. She nodded without looking up. I poured myself some cereal, listening to the clink of the flakes against the bowl. "Mom, about last night." "I don't want to talk about it." She cut me off, her voice flat. "But we can't just pretend." "Tyler." She finally looked at me, her eyes hard. It was dark. We were tired. The road was winding. We saw something, but we're not going to obsess over it. "It was 8 feet tall, Mom. That's not a person." She set her coffee down with a sharp clack against the counter. "And what do you think it was? Bigfoot?" She said the word with such disdain that I felt my face flush with embarrassment. "I don't know what it was," I admitted. "But it wasn't a bear or a guy in a costume. You saw it too." Her expression softened slightly. "Yes, I saw something. But Tyler, people see things all the time that turn out to be nothing. Our brains play tricks on us. This wasn't a trick." I pushed my cereal away, no longer hungry. "I'm going back there today. I want to check if there are footprints or hair or something." "No, you're not." Her voice hardened again. "You have school today and I've got work. Whatever we saw is gone now, and that's that." But I couldn't let it go. The image of that creature haunted me through my classes at Millbrook High. During history, I sketched what I remembered in the margins of my notebook. The massive silhouette, the bent knees, the round head. By lunchtime, I'd made up my mind. I was going back there, with or without Mom's permission. My best friend Jake Thompson picked up on my distraction immediately. "Dude, you look like you've seen a ghost," he said, dropping his lunch tray across from mine in the cafeteria. I hesitated. Jake and I had been friends since 3rd grade, but this was different from our usual conversations about girls or video games. If I told him, he'd either think I was crazy or, almost worse, believe me and want to come along. "Just tired," I lied. "Stayed late at my aunt's." "Bullshit," Jake grinned, popping a fry into his mouth. "I know your something happened face, and that's definitely it." I sighed, glancing around to make sure no one was listening. The cafeteria was loud enough that our conversation was private in the noise. "Fine," I lowered my voice anyway. "Last night on the way home, my mom and I saw something on Pine Ridge Road." "Like what? A deer? A crash?" "No." I leaned forward. "Something big, really big, standing by the welcome sign." Jake's eyebrows shot up. "How big are we talking?" 8 feet at least, covered in reddish hair." I watched his expression shift from curiosity to disbelief. "I'm serious, Jake. It wasn't human." He stared at me for a long moment, then laughed. "Dude, are you saying you saw Bigfoot in Pinecrest County?" I shushed him, glancing around again. "I don't know what it was, but it was real. My mom saw it too, and it scared the hell out of her." "Your mom? Linda?" Jake shook his head. "Your mom's not scared of anything." "Exactly." I stabbed at my lunch, which is why I'm going back there after school to check it out. Jake's laughter faded. "You're serious?" "Dead serious. I need to see if there's any evidence. Footprints, hair, anything." He considered me for a moment, then nodded. "I'm coming with you." "No way," I said quickly. "My mom would kill me if she found out I went back there. If she finds out I took you, she'll murder me twice." "How else are you getting there? It's like 5 miles from here to Pine Ridge Road." Jake grinned. "Besides, I just got my license. My dad's letting me use his truck after school today." He had me there. I had planned to ride my bike, but that would take forever, and I'd need to be back before Mom got home from her shift at the hospital at 7:00 p.m. "Fine," I conceded. "But we don't tell anyone, and we're just looking. If we find nothing, we leave." "And if we find something?" Jake asked, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I hadn't thought that far ahead. "Then we take pictures and get the hell out of there." The afternoon dragged. By the time the final bell rang, my anticipation had morphed into something closer to dread. What if we actually found evidence? What if the creature was still there? Worse, what if we found nothing, and Jake thought I was crazy or making it all up? Jake was waiting in the school parking lot, leaning against his dad's blue Chevy pickup. He'd changed into hiking boots and a camo jacket, like we were going on a hunting expedition. "Really?" I asked, gesturing to his outfit. He shrugged. "If we're tracking Bigfoot, I'm dressing for the occasion." "We're not tracking Bigfoot," I hissed, climbing into the passenger seat. "We're just checking out the spot where we saw whatever it was." Sure. He started the engine. "Where exactly on Pine Ridge Road?" "The county line. There's a welcome sign right before the sharp curve." Jake nodded and pulled out of the parking lot. The drive took about 15 minutes, during which he peppered me with questions about what we'd seen. I described it as best I could, aware that with each telling, the details became sharper in my memory. The way it stood with its knees slightly bent, the muscular build beneath the hair, the surprisingly human-like face with those pronounced lips. "Sounds like a Sasquatch to me," Jake said as we turned onto Pine Ridge Road. The afternoon sun filtered through the pine trees on either side, casting dappled shadows across the asphalt. "I didn't say that." "You didn't have to." He slowed as we approached the curve. "This it?" I nodded, my mouth suddenly dry. "Pull over by the sign." Jake eased the truck onto the shoulder about 20 yards past the "Welcome to Pinecrest County" sign. We got out, and I immediately felt exposed standing there on the roadside. The woods seemed darker than they should have in the afternoon light. It was standing right there. I pointed to the spot beside the sign. Mum nearly ran off the road right about where we are now. Jake surveyed the area, his earlier excitement tempered by the reality of the deserted road and silent forest. "Let's check it out." We approached the sign cautiously. The ground around it was mostly hard-packed dirt with patches of scrubby grass. I scanned for footprints but saw nothing obvious. "Look," Jake said, pointing to a spot behind the signpost. "The grass is flattened here." I knelt beside him. He was right. A roughly circular area, about 3 feet in diameter, showed signs of being compressed. The grass blades bent, but not broken. "Something stood here," I said quietly. "Something heavy." Jake nodded, suddenly serious. "What's that?" He reached toward a small cluster of brambles next to the flattened area. Caught on one of the thorns was a tuft of reddish-brown hair, about 2 inches long. "Holy shit," I whispered, my heart pounding. "That's it. That's the color I saw." Jake carefully extracted the hair from the thorns. "This isn't from a deer or a bear," he said, examining it. "It's too long, and the texture's wrong." I pulled out my phone and took several pictures of the flattened area and the hair in Jake's palm. "We should take it with us." "You think?" Jake looked uncertain. "What if it comes back looking for it?" "It's just a few hairs," I said, though his words sent a chill up my spine. "It's our proof." Jake nodded and carefully placed the tuft of hair in his jacket pocket. "Let's look around a bit more." We expanded our search, moving in widening circles from the sign. About 15 yards into the trees, I spotted something that made my blood run cold. "Jake," I called, my voice barely above a whisper. "Come here." He joined me, following my gaze to a pine tree with a trunk about 2 feet in diameter. At approximately 7 feet up the trunk, the bark had been scraped away in 4 parallel lines, each about 1 inch wide. "Claw marks?" Jake suggested, reaching up to touch the exposed wood. I shook my head. "They're too evenly spaced, and look, they go all the way around the trunk." It was true. The marks circled the entire tree, as if something had deliberately stripped the bark at that height. "No animal does that," Jake said, his earlier bravado gone. "No animal we know," I corrected him. A twig snapped somewhere deeper in the forest. We both froze, listening. The woods had gone strangely quiet, no birdsong, no squirrels chattering. "We should go," Jake said softly. I nodded, taking one last picture of the marked tree. We backed away slowly, then turned and walked quickly to the truck. Neither of us ran, though I wanted to. Running felt like it would trigger something, like in those dreams where the moment you start to flee, the monster gives chase. Jake's hands shook as he started the engine. "Your mom was right," he said as we pulled back onto the road. "This place feels wrong." I didn't answer. My mind was racing, trying to process what we'd found. The hair, the flattened grass, the marked tree. It wasn't conclusive proof of anything specific, but it confirmed that something unusual had been there. "What do we do now?" Jake asked as we drove back toward Millbrook. "I don't know," I admitted. "Tell someone, I guess." "Who? The sheriff?" Jake laughed nervously. "Sheriff Braddock would laugh us right out of his office." He was right. Pinecrest County Sheriff Braddock was a no-nonsense man who'd been in charge for as long as I could remember. He dealt with drunk drivers and domestic disputes, not reports of 8-foot hairy creatures in the woods. "What about that hair?" I asked. "We could get it tested or something." "Tested where? The high school science lab?" Jake shook his head. "Look, maybe we should keep this between us for now, at least until we have more to go on." I nodded slowly. "Yeah, maybe you're right." Jake dropped me off at my house at 5:30 p.m., Plenty of time before Mom got home. We agreed to meet up the next day to figure out our next steps. As his truck disappeared down the street, I stood in the driveway, suddenly reluctant to go inside to an empty house with the woods right behind it. The afternoon's expedition had confirmed one thing. Whatever we'd seen was real. It had stood by that sign, left its hair on those brambles, and possibly marked that tree. It existed, and if it existed, it was still out there somewhere in the forests of Pinecrest County.